Chapter 1416. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in White Heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it luck path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Xinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Feng Yuan. What was the probability of Feng Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Feng Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small, it is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that tiger immemorial year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No. Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the River of Time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the River of Time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog, could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island, the legendary location of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of time path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi, who specialized in the Time Dao, the Red Lotus true inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, who was observing this, had a disappointed expression. But soon she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Feng Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jioge's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key? Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern border, Wu clan headquarters. A super Gu formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu clan supreme elder beside him, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work." Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu clan's Gu immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding the Super Gu formation in place of Feng Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan returned from Northern Plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out, while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals lost a lot. Even the immortal goo that were used to construct the super goo formation were taken away by the celestial court. However, not long ago Wu Yong failed to kill Feng Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the celestial court. Wu Yong let Feng Jioge go, while the celestial court handed the immortal goo that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's righteous path and returned these immortal goo to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the celestial court, after the negotiation succeeded, he did not covet the immortal goo at all, he returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal goo house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River Formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu clan. Qiao clan was a vassal force of Wu clan. The territories that Ba clan and Xia clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu clan's goo immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal goo to Feng Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal yuan stone. But Wu clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Feng Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Feng Yuan. This super goo formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Qi clan's goo immortals to help set it up. Alright, let's do it. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. If he is truly daring, he dares to deceive Wu clan. Now, I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the goo formation. This immortal formation used the earth vein as the foundation, Feng Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal goo and countless mortal goo to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Feng Yuan. Every time the goo formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross Southern Border and affect Feng Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Feng Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a goo formation. Once the goo formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail and the user would suffer a backlash. A goo formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first. Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness. It was to make it easier to negotiate with Feng Yuan. After all, Wu clan's immortal goo were still in Feng Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Feng Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Feng Yuan use it all the time? With this goo formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The goo formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble. The whole of Wu Yi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which Gu Immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation, it is an earth vein shaking, it is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei! The spectating Wu clan Gu Immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom! The immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat. It had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step. Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Langya heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fang Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fang Yuan. A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical mysterious ice in the center. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal Gu self-love." Crack crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice. The profound ice shattered and an immortal Gu flew out. Chapter 1417. Rank 7 Self-Love Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan held this immortal Gu in his hands, feeling joyful. His soul foundation that he had cultivated for so long did not go to waste. He finally obtained some results. Luck Path was truly a path that could allow one to become a Gu Immortal and reach rank 9. I have Luck Immortal Gu. I also connected luck to Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, these 3 people with strong luck. Adding on the 2 times of burning soul bursting luck, my luck path at that moment had probably reached an unprecedented level. Thus, it is not strange that I refined Self-Love Immortal Gu. After this Self-Love Immortal Gu was refined by Sixth Hair, he used Jewel Yellow Skies to hand it over to Fang Yuan. Jewel Yellow Skies naturally caused a small commotion, but the scale of the commotion had already decreased. After all, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Immortal Gu had happened many times already. It was no longer so rare. Especially recently, Wu Zhong used Jewel Yellow Skies to send a wave of Gu worms. And 1,000 transformations ancestors sold year beasts. The commotion was even greater. The influence had not subsided yet. This is Self-Love Immortal Gu? Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fang Yuan answered, Ying Wuxia said, "Of course. This immortal Gu came at the right time. With this immortal Gu, we can use the immortal killer move self-cleansing. We will no longer be afraid of investigative killer moves." Ying Wuxia placed his hands on his waist as he laughed loudly. He was wearing Fairy Chuibo's body now. His chest was huge, he had a beautiful face, but he was laughing foolishly with his mouth wide open. He looked like a hot-blooded young man. It was quite comical. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. Initially, she had some sympathy for Ying Wuxia, but now, that sympathy had completely vanished. That's right, this immortal Gu self-love is the core of the immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can allow Gu immortals to cleanse their own Dao marks. The bad Dao marks are washed away while the good Dao marks are left behind. Be it investigative killer moves or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, it can take them away. Fang Yuan explained in detail. He Lolan's eyes shined with bright light. She thought to herself, this means that the killer move formed from this immortal Gu can undo the restriction of Shadow Sect's alliance agreement on me? She saw a glimmer of hope. She was reluctant to join the Shadow Sect. Of course, she wanted to leave, but she had no way to do so. Self-Love Immortal Gu had a unique appearance. It did not look like a worm, but a horn-shaped dumpling with a layer of green leaves on it. There were gray-white lines on it. But that was not the case. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the bamboo leaves on the surface were actually one with the inside. The gray-white lines were just the flickering traces of Self-Love Immortal Gu. These flickering traces would stay at a certain location for a few breaths of time before changing locations. He Lulan engraved the appearance of self-love immortal goo deeply in her mind. Fang Yuan used his finger to touch the surface of self-love immortal goo, saying resolutely, "Let's relocate first, then use the killer move to undo the investigative killer move on us." The goo immortals chose a direction and moved 100,000 li away, landing behind a huge sand dune. Fang Yuan started to activate the killer move, while Wuxia and the rest scattered around, protecting Fang Yuan. First was to activate self-love immortal goo. This rank 7 immortal goo floated in the air in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It did not shine, but emitted a sweet and refreshing smell. Attracted by this smell, a large number of mortal goo were activated, surrounding self-love immortal goo, forming a river of goo worms. This was the first step of activating self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal goo was needed for the first step to be activated. Fang Yuan was stuck at this earlier. Undeniably, even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, he could not do without a core immortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate some crucial supplementary goo worms. These goo worms were all immortal goo without exception. Wisdom Path immortal goo, obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. The difficulty of this immortal killer move was that every Wisdom Path immortal goo that was added in would cause an intense tremor to the original goo worm river. Only skilled techniques and extraordinary control ability could complete such a step. A Wisdom Path rank 6 immortal goo was carefully placed down. The river of goo worms surged with great waves, but it calmed down after a while. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was only a rank 6 immortal goo, but it was already so difficult. If he placed a rank 7 immortal goo, the result would be terrible. But the second immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan prepared for a long time. After experiencing the extremely precious experience, he placed the second immortal goo. Advancing slowly like this, at the third immortal goo, Fang Yuan suffered a failure. The entire goo worm river broke. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Man, as before. Once this immortal goo was used, his injuries disappeared. But the killer move's activation failed. He needed to leave. Fang Yuan and the rest packed up and left. They could not stay in one place for too long. They had to keep moving at all times. Celestial Court and Providence would not be able to deal with them easily. On the way out, Fang Yuan carefully analyzed his gains and losses, summarizing his experiences. It could be said that the whole team was relying on this killer move of his. This was the key to changing their current situation. Even though this killer move did not have any offensive power, he tried to activate the killer move. After failing, he would relocate, and then he would summarize his gains and losses along the way. Repeating this until the fourth time, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in activating this rank 7 immortal killer move, self-cleansing. It was not easy. A gentle light that resembled flowing water poured down from Fang Yuan's head, flowing into his body and heart. Initially, this flowing water-like light was extremely clear, but when it reached Fang Yuan's feet, it became turbid like a desert. How is it? After the killer move was activated, Wuxia quickly asked. The other goo immortals also looked at him with concern. Fang Yuan activated perceivable Dao immortal goo, inspecting himself. The result was not what he had hoped for. This is troublesome. His expression was grim. Southern border. The super goo formation had already been cleared. Wu Bei Supreme Elder, who had fainted from heavy injuries, was also being treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration? This super goo formation uses the earth vein as its foundation. The earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Fang Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo at the crucial moment, even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal goo. Wu Yong's gaze was deep. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time, Wu Fa came over and reported, not only here, Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Qi clan and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You are saying this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fa frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in southern border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal goo that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fang Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo self-destructed? Did Fang Yuan use some method? Chapter 14:18. On this day, all of southern border's mortals and immortals were shaken and panicked. The earth vein trembled completely, affecting the whole of southern border. The important regions were turned upside down, mountains collapsed, rivers were blocked, and sinkholes were buried. The heavenly power of heaven and earth displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power at this moment. Unlucky mortals died tragically in this vast and sudden earthly tribulation. All the super forces were calculating their losses. Many mortal forces were instantly annihilated. Even super clans had many resource points destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The sudden earth vein tremor caused the tense political situation of southern border to turn silent. The various superpowers temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and began to actively investigate the cause of the earth vein's upheaval. Such a tremor had never happened in the last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even in the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era. This was the first time in all of history. In southern border's Gu immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very nervous and curious. What was the reason for such a large-scale earth vein tremor? The signs of the Great Era have appeared. Far away in Western Desert, Fang Yuan obtained information about southern border's earth vein tremor through jewel-yellow skies. He sighed deeply. At this moment, he had already moved again. He arrived at another location. The curtain of night gradually faded, and the distant horizon began to show the color of dawn. Dawn had arrived. Soon, the rising sun illuminated the horizon. The grand lights scattered over the vast desert. This was a new day. Fang Yuan wore a white robe. His face was covered in frost. He looked at the rising sun with a heavy gaze. His heart was heavy. The sun was rising. His future was not as bright as the scene in front of him. In the past, he was kept in the dark. Now that he obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he understood the relationship between the Great Era, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect in his previous life. The Great Era should have arrived at this time. But in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, because Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven and changing fate, he suppressed the Celestial Court and Providence, using supreme methods to forcefully delay the Great Era by 500 years. Providence was forced into a desperate situation by the Spectral Soul and had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. They chose Fang Yuan as a chess piece and used the spring-autumn cicada to send him to the past, staking it all on one throw and destroying the Shadow Sect's grand plan. Thus, the entire world was back on track. Without the delay of the Spectre and the Shadow Sect, the Great Era had slowly begun. The trembling of the earth veins was just the tip of the prologue. With the arrival of the Great Era, the 5 regional walls will disappear. However, the condition for the 5 regional walls to disappear is that the earth veins of southern border, northern plains, central continent, western desert, and eastern sea must all come into contact and merge into one. In the following period of time, the earth veins will shake more frequently. Not just southern border, but the other 4 regions, central continent, eastern sea, western desert, and northern plains will also shake. The reason why southern border's earth veins shake first is because southern border has the densest earth path Dao marks in the 5 regions. Thus, southern border's earth veins are the most abundant in the 5 regions. Precisely because of this, when the Great Era arrives and the world changes, it will be the first to be affected. Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. The arrival of the Great Era no doubt greatly interfered with his cultivation plan. According to his original plan, there was plenty of time and he could take it easy. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a grandmaster in all paths, he would be close. That way, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 regions chaotic war. But now, it was clearly impossible. The great era arrived too quickly. Fang Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the heavenly court and encircled by the heaven's will. He was in an extremely difficult situation, and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. One of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Yihai's identity. Southern Border's earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but Southern Border will be the most affected, because Southern Border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea, because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan recalled. Eastern Sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented, this fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan still had Wu Yihai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures and even wild immortal Gu would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Fang Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yong's plan failed. Fang Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Fang Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal Gu self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing and got rid of all the Dao marks on my body, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fang Yuan had completely broken away from Wu clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Fang Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of Dao marks that were harmful to the Gu immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Fang Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces, Chu Du, Land Spirit of Langya, other variant humans, Crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Fang Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would be harmful to Fang Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Fang Yuan harshly. By then, it would be too late for Fang Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Fang Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Fang Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Court's investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fang Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it, because he had encountered this phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now, in this body, the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Wuxia had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Fang Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Dao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Fang Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Wuxia's killer move, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Dao mark-growing killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fang Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Fang Yuan thought about it now. Actually, other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had similar methods. Dao marks grew on their own without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal created the rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling heaven. Ma Hong had used it, and the effects of good luck were still present until his physical body died. The essence of good luck was luck path Dao marks. Ma Hongyun's body was engraved with luck path Dao marks. He also absorbed the luck of the people around him, increasing the number of luck path Dao marks on his body. Moreover, in the entire process, he did not need to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a killer move of this level. That was Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two ultimate defensive killer moves weaved a layer of Dao Mark Dharma clothes on the soul. The former allowed the target to escape the attention and deductions of Providence, while the latter made the soul undetectable. Such a killer move's effect existed all the time. It did not expend any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao Mark clothing would regenerate on its own. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu Venerable's main path is Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience that Zishan Makoto gave me, Grandmaster attainment is to comprehend by analogy, Great Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to grow Dao marks on their own and even move on their own, breaking away from the shackles of immortal essence? Everything was clear at a glance. Zishan Makoto's inheritance gave Fang Yuan a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Now, with his personal experience, Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Fang Yuan already had a way to get rid of the soul path trap on the 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie's body. But Fang Yuan was having a hard time dealing with the investigative Dao marks on this sovereign immortal body. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of a certain amount of investigative Dao marks, but the more I get rid of, the faster they grow. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of 10% of the Dao marks every time I use it. But after more than half a day, the Dao marks that have disappeared will regrow. This way, if I want to completely get rid of the investigative killer move on my body, I will need to use self-cleansing at all times for at least half a month, not for a long time and without any rest in between. Fang Yuan made a rough estimation based on his current information. It was very troublesome. The investigative killer move on Fang Yuan was much more troublesome than he had expected. And most importantly, it was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a continuous killer move, it could be used multiple times. Every time it was activated, it would last for a fixed amount of time. Even though he had self-love Immortal Goo and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Feng Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Feng Yuan and the rest. Because this was a method from Star Constellation chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location, but this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Jioge and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation chessboard to display the target's experience and scene. It could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed. Normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Feng Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard. He could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Feng Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative. She had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Feng Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely, as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Chapter 1419. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The Star Constellation chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those two Celestial Court Goo Immortals. The Immortal Goo House was flying. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime. Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time, we need to fly to the sky and pass through the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction. We will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals were full of fighting spirit. Their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had great luck a second or third time, so what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the Celestial Court Goo Immortals would win, and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star Constellation chessboard shook lightly, the scene changed and Feng Jioge appeared. At this moment, Feng Jioge had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Feng Jioge's current distance, he was quite far from Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge is a Dao Guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Feng Yuan and the others. If I send other Celestial Court Goo Immortals, there would be too many people. Their luck would be countered by Feng Yuan. It would instead help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is an obvious example. Two Celestial Court rank 8 Goo Immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Feng Yuan? Let's first have Feng Jioge keep pressuring Feng Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus True Legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Feng Yuan, but she valued Feng Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Feng Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet, he was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching, southern border's earth veins were already shaking, Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous, they needed to make ample preparations. Even though Feng Yuan had self-love immortal goo, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle escaped once, it was still being chased, it was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the stone lotus island that suddenly appeared in the river of time. Why did Red Lotus True Inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned, she could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus. Fairy Myrtle sighed internally, because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court, Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet, growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material. It could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location, there could not be any Dao marks or other life forms around it, not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient-level life forms and immemorial-level life forms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A goo master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively, it seemed to want to leave the young goo master's arm, it had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young goo master gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, his forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go, Aurora Bird. The young goo master had reached his limits, he knew he had to take a gamble, he shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the next moment, the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young goo master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings, the rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young goo master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard, and risking his life so many times, he had finally gained some results, he managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great, it was just like what his master had predicted. Master, I succeeded. The young goo master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly, Not bad. His master commented plainly. The young goo master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. His expression immediately became much calmer, and he immediately bowed once more before saying in a gentle tone, Disciple has lost his composure. No worries. The young goo master's master waved his hand as he slowly walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and raised his head to look at the horizon. He was wearing a gray hemp robe, it was very simple, it fluttered in the wind, his strong bear-like body could not be concealed at all. He was wearing a conical hat, it was huge and wide, the edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. Even though the young Gu master acknowledged him as his master, he had never seen his master's face. In fact, only now, when he looked at the sky, could the young Gu master see his master's face. But he could only see his chin. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off an unwavering and sturdy feeling. Master, thank you for your guidance these days. Otherwise, with my hard work, how could I have made such progress? The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking. Oh Yi Fan, you are talented and have incredible comprehension. This killer move was created by you in the first place. It condensed your comprehension of transformation path and light path. I only gave you some pointers, that's all. Even though you have learned this killer move once, you need to practice it more in the future, but be careful, I am not around anymore. Master, are we going to separate? The young Gu master was shocked. He asked anxiously. This person was Southern Border's Yi Fan. He secretly admired Xianxia. When Xianxia became the clan leader, Yi Fan stood up and helped Xianxia resolve Xiang clan's mortal problems. But there was always someone stronger. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing. Not only did he lose, he even went through a terrifying life and death experience. He narrowly escaped with his life. He was in a daze. This unforgettable experience made him calm down. He started to think about life and himself. It was an accident that allowed him to meet his current master, and they became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great comprehension, his master personally brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yi Fan respected this mysterious master of his. When people interact with each other, they need to get along. Some people can be strangers after interacting with each other for a lifetime. Some people can become close friends after interacting with each other for a short time. Even though Yi Fan had not seen his master's true appearance, he could feel his master's sincerity towards him. He had complete trust in his master. He did not suspect his master had any ulterior motives. The rise and fall of fate. We do not have much fate as master and disciple. If we use it today, it will run out tomorrow. It is better to wait for the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master asked. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven's environment suppresses my light path? Even though it is difficult to cultivate here, it is safe because of the suppression. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have karma here. His master said in a low voice. Karma? Yi Fan was confused. In this world, there is a cause and effect. There is a cause for every effect. Look, your karma is here. Saying so, the mysterious Gu immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped in shock. There, an upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying towards the heaven-attached fungi. Such a handsome divine eagle. It is injured. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Fan saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan had a master, his knowledge could not compare to Gu immortals. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in a daze now. Its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial court's pursuers, Black Heaven and White Heaven were filled with danger. It was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm, using some unknown method. Under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed. It fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you. When it wakes up, it will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to Southern Border. I will go now. Saying so, This mysterious Gu immortal in conical hat and gray robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears, he was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, "Master, can you tell me your name?" "Mortals fear karma, I fear cause. You can call me Lu Wei-yin." His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Chapter 1420. Western Desert. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis. It had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fang Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Court's true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies. Especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of inextinguishable star target, Fang Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again, the duration was fixed, but Fang Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fang Yuan had the foundation to do this. Because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal Gu. Because of this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was very confident. This immortal Gu was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance immortal Gu's effect was to prolong the effect of other immortal Gu or killer moves. For example, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword Light Dragon Breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used Perseverance immortal Gu, the sword Light Dragon Breath could be shot over and over again, until Fang Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal Gu was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again. He finally obtained results. He successfully used Immortal Gu Perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fang Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fang Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fang Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month, he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fang Yuan had already done his best. He could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. It is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. If that happened, he would expend a lot of immortal essence but would not be able to get rid of the inextinguishable star target. Next, when he fought with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals or escaped, the inextinguishable star target would continue to recover, the Dao marks would grow and Fang Yuan would waste a lot of effort. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Activating it not only expends immortal essence, I also have to maintain it at all times. My mind will be greatly exhausted. I have not been in contact with this killer move for a long time. The number of times I can use it is limited. I am not familiar with it. Including the situation where I fail to activate it, not only would I waste immortal essence, I would also need to heal my injuries. The more I use it, the more I don't need to fight with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. My overall strength would fall sharply. Escaping to Langya Blessed Land is also impossible. Not to mention the fact that I would be monitored by the Celestial Court at all times. It would expose Langya Blessed Land's location. The journey is too far. There would be too many dangers on the way to Langya Blessed Land. Not only Central Continent's Celestial Court and Providence's encirclement, there is also Northern Plains' Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and solutions. Fang Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure against this point. He had the ability to implement this countermeasure. That was to use Formation Path. He wanted to modify self-cleansing again, turning it into an immortal Gu formation. This was not a fantasy. As mentioned earlier, Gu formations were killer moves in essence. They were just Formation Path killer moves. If Fang Yuan had the self-cleansing Gu formation, it would be much more convenient. The amount of immortal essence and mental energy needed to maintain the Gu formation was usually much less than killer moves. Moreover, self-cleansing was only effective on Fang Yuan alone. If other Gu Immortals tried to use it, they would need to practice self-cleansing diligently. If it was an immortal Gu formation, then as long as the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals entered the Gu formation, the Dao marks of inextinguishable star target on them would be destroyed and reduced by the Gu formation. So, I not only need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal Gu formation, I also need Gu worms like Formation Plate Gu, Formation Flag Gu, or Formation Diagram Gu, and it would be best if they are immortal Gu. Langya sect had one immortal level Formation Plate Gu. This immortal Gu's effect was to control all sorts of Gu worms and set up a Gu formation. The Gu Immortal only needed to provide immortal essence and put in all their effort. They did not need their Formation Path cultivation level. Formation Flag Gu was used to control a Gu formation that had been set up. When the Gu Immortal activated Formation Flag Gu, they could directly store a Gu formation into Formation Flag Gu. Then, within a certain range of vision, the Gu Immortal could move the Formation Flag Gu around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate Formation Flag Gu again to set up the Gu formation that had been set up earlier. And Formation Diagram Gu was an expendable Gu worm. Formation Diagram Gu recorded the details of the Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Formation Plate Gu, but the error rate was much lower than Formation Plate Gu. These three Gu worms were very suitable for the current Fang Yuan. Vibration Desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the Vibration Desert, an immortal Gu formation was slowly activating. Han Li walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of Gu Immortal Zhen Yuanzi's Formation Path True Inheritance. Han Li, you need to work hard. Chapter 1421. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candle light that illuminated the whole palace. The candle light was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young Gu master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candle light was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young Gu master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Right now, Han Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Zhen Yuanzi, although he is a righteous path Gu Immortal, His true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes and were extremely dangerous. Zhen Yuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu Immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Fang Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu Immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Zhen Yuanzi's Gu Immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment, his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead? Han Li quickly looked around and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was one step closer to the brass crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Zhen Yuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident. Because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh! His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time, he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take one more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Fang Yuan was staying in southern border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Han Li could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Han Li's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me? It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. This is the reason why Jin Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment but who know when to advance and when to retreat, they have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Jin Yuanzi's will? Of course not, I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Jin Yuanzi, no one knows about it. That voice replied. Han Li was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Han Li smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable, you are not a Gu immortal, then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no. Han Li had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad. Jin Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence. You cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance. This Gu formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over. I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Han Li was not willing to give up like this. It is useless, the difference in strength is too great. The formation spirit Gu's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Han Li's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Han Li was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Jin Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Jin Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost winged lion. But Han Li was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost winged lion's body, waking it up. Han Li attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost winged lion's body. The green claw ghost winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Han Li into its stomach. Chapter 1422. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red. They were all shining together. Her eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were slightly green, even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil, causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hong Yun was a rank 7 Gu immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, 1,000 Transformations ancestor saved her. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun became one of 1,000 Transformations ancestors' concubines. Unfortunately, 1,000 Transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Cui Bo in 1,000 Transformations ancestor's heart. Intense winds blew past her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on it like she was lying on a bed. It was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hong Yun's signature method, Immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Cui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Cui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hong Yun immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the 1,000 Transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hong Yun had to use all her strength to save Fairy Cui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the Green Ghost Desert, the dark clouds gathered together and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree, the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy, and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous spectral soul demon Venerable. Before spectral soul demon Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Woodpath clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here, a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1,000 Transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus, she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Like the howl of a wolf, a soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong Yun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong Yun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk. She gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, 1,000 Transformations will said, "Let me do it, Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all. She did not even change her direction. She continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal Gu activated. A strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun, But at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then, its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches, its fur turned into grass. From its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful, is this the power of a rank 8 immortal goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. 1,000 transformations will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 goo immortal, it was only a rank 8 immortal goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, Dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. As Dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Chapter 1423. Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. This lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level and even hunted Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion was famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly, "Don't be afraid. This lion's ghost wings are not outstanding, they are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition, we can fight it." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Dancer Hong Yun could not help but feel ashamed, she thought. Husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal goo and a large amount of immortal essence. He does not have any investigative immortal methods, but he can see through the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion's situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated. This is not right. She calmed herself down. She controlled Dancer Hong Yun and flew away from the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Soon, she was far away from the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. There is something wrong with this Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your Dancer Hong Yun would not have been able to escape. 1,000 transformations will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from Dancer Hong Yun and stood beside her. 1,000 transformations will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost-winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth bit into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient, and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hong Yun sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. 1,000 transformations will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost-winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. It went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it had no strength left, it was dead. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state, its injuries were severe. This is 1,000 Transformations' husband's signature Immortal goo, mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle. Her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation Immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. 1,000 Transformations will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost-winged lion. It has old injuries in its body, it only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, 1,000 Transformations will did not stop. Rank 8 Immortal goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out. It stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost-winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 Immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hong Yun chased after it, with 1,000 Transformations ancestors will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. 1,000 Transformations will instructed, entering Dancer Hong Yun's body with the Immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun's eyes shined. She almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 Immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hong Yun only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hong Yun found Han Li. Han Li had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hong Yun found it strange. She smiled. Should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls. That is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yun stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Han Li. No matter what, a mortal goo master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hong Yun was curious. She wanted to know about Han Li's experiences. This guy, is he called Han Li? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Chapter 1424. Dancer Hong Yun mainly cultivated Cloud Path, but ever since Spectral's Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn. Every Goo Immortal had them. At this moment, she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the Goo formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yun grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon, they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yun found a small Goo formation at a corner. She came to the Goo formation. A small passageway was opened. The formation spirit spoke from inside, "Master." The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit. The Goo formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook. This way, Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. This immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yun laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes and she said to Han Li, "Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me." Han Li opened his eyes. "Okay. Did you hear that, formation spirit? Your master has already given you to me." Dancer Hong Yun turned around and said to the spirit, "This." The formation spirit hesitated. "What? You want to disobey your master's orders?" Dancer Hong Yun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yun smiled coldly. "Formation spirit, your original master was Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words?" "Of course not." The formation spirit said without hesitation. "Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li?" Dancer Hong Yun asked again. The formation spirit answered without hesitation. "In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words?" Dancer Hong Yun pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. "We will not deny it. You will be our new master. That's it. Submit to me, don't resist." As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yun infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this Goo formation. It could control the Goo formation in place of the Goo Immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yun. The other Goo worms followed suit. Soon, the immortal Goo formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yun obtained several immortal Goo and a large number of mortal Goo. She even obtained Zhen Yuanzi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely opened, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead, even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Han Li had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yun had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Han Li, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal Goo. But Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a Goo immortal. Mortals and immortals were different. The difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yun used her strength to suppress Han Li. He could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal Goo, it would not be so easy for the Goo Immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal Goo. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal Goo would be destroyed along with the mortal. the Gu Immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, because of the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other Gu worms. Thus, these Gu worms that Zhen Yuanzi left behind still contain Zhen Yuanzi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit Immortal Gu was created by Zhen Yuanzi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each Gu formation to help the Gu Immortal control the Gu formation. Formation spirit Immortal Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. After one use, the Immortal Gu would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the Gu Immortal wanted to use formation spirit Immortal Gu again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave Dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits and only a bunch of Gu worms, they would not be able to talk to Dancer Hong Yun, they would not be convinced. All in all, Dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Zhen Yuanzi is a Gu Immortal of a super force, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan, he set it up here instead. Thousand Transformations will sighed. It seems that the rumors of Zhen Yuanzi being ostracized by the Gu Immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Cui Bo and return to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. Thousand Transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by Thousand Transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, Thousand Transformations will was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, Dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 Immortal Gu. 2 of them were Formation Path Immortal Gu. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the Formation Spirit could be considered half an Immortal Gu. If not for this Gu formation collapsing once, Dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire Gu formation. Once this Gu formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the Gu formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the Gu formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag Gu in the Gu formation. Master, you can use formation flag Gu to store the entire Gu formation into formation flag Gu before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since Gu Immortal Zhen Yuanzi created formation spirit Immortal Gu, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined formation flag Gu as a support. Earlier, when the Gu formation collapsed, the formation spirit first protected formation flag Immortal Gu. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later, at night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold, the breath turned into fog. Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely, the light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move, fixed luck, is. Over the last few days, when Fang Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed luck came from Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan found the killer move fixed luck from Ma Hongyun's soul. That was to say, fixed luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of connect luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi Fan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then and this was now. After Fang Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fang Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used burning soul-bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Fang Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. The portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Fang Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hongyun, he had a way. Fixed luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally stubborn immortal gu, rule path immortal gu main. But after some modifications, Fang Yuan replaced these two cores, using precaution immortal gu and rule path immortal gu big. He had obtained precaution immortal gu long ago. As for big immortal gu, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man gu immortal. After using big immortal gu, his body grew larger and he turned into a human gu immortal. However, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this fixed luck killer move was not always effective. Fang Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Fang Yuan had been thinking about breaking luck immortal gu. Even though he did not have it now, with fixed luck, he could protect his own interests. Fang Yuan could not personally witness the effect of fixed luck. He did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew, when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same, they would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together, but there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path immortal gu. However, Fang Yuan did not have main luck immortal gu or sub-luck immortal gu. Even if he did not have them, Fang Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck immortal gu. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan put aside his thoughts on fixed luck, and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Fang Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move self-cleansing was converted into a gu formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Fang Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path immortal gu. He could borrow Lang Yasek's formation plate immortal gu, but this immortal gu was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate Gu to set up a rank 7 immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate Gu recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then he would personally set up the formation plate Gu, and after setting up the self-cleansing immortal formation, the formation plate Gu would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing immortal formation. Thus, this was troublesome. Fang Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Langia. But the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Langia, and to the entire Langia sect. It concerned the development of the entire sect. In Langia sect, there were no formation path Gu immortals. They relied on this formation plate immortal Gu to set up the teleportation formation. Fang Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate immortal Gu and replace it with new ones. This meant that Langia sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Langia could not accept. They did not have information path abilities. They could not extract the contents of the formation plate immortal Gu. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate immortal Gu setting up the immortal Gu formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire immortal formation, because there were many hidden details, like the immortal essence infusion, the coordination of various Gu worms behind the scenes, and so on. Fang Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Langia that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Chapter 1426. Fang Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Langia to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial immortal Gu. Most importantly, I need to borrow Langia sect's strength to refine Gu. Fang Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many immortal Gu. He had a lot of plans for Gu refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Langia still rejected Fang Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Fang Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Langia does not agree to lend me formation disc immortal Gu, I will have to borrow someone else's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had many Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the immortal apertures of other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Fang Yuan entered someone else's immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the river of time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an immortal Gu formation self-cleansing in the Blessed Land, letting Fang Yuan stay inside and remove the Dao marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Fang Yuan would only use when he had no other choice. Because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Jioge and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Jioge have any methods to enter Blessed Lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Jioge did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Fang Yuan made He Lolan's immortal aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the river of time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback. Because these killer moves could only be used once and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path Dao marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Fang Yuan already knew the duration of each Gu Immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the Immortal Aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan chose someone else's Immortal Aperture, Providence knew everything, no matter who it was. They had a close relationship with Fang Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the Gu Immortal undergoing the tribulation. Fang Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the Celestial Court's pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Fang Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Fang Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Fang Yuan used his sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Fang Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Jioge came. Who knows how many Celestial Court Gu Immortals will come next time? Thus, Fang Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's Gu Immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge, Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region, Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Fang Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were by Ning Bing, He Lulun and the rest. Normally, when Fang Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, when will your Immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ning Bing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Fang Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the other Gu Immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Fang Yuan said plainly. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all. She felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that Immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and lure the Celestial Court's pursuers over. We can surround and kill them. Bai Ning Bing suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. You think this Immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up? You need a tributary of the River of Time. The Immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using year's flow like water Immortal Gu could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. Thus, He Fan's Immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the River of Time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu Immortal is busy, they can detonate this Immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the River of Time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the Immortal Aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort, at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the River of Time is destroyed, the entire Immortal Aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the River of Time. An external tributary of the River of Time was needed. I feel the same way as you. The feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Bai Ning Bing did not speak. All right, let's move. This place is no longer safe. Fang Yuan said as Bai Ning Bing and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hong Yun. Her face was covered in a veil. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hong Yun was the first to speak up. The Lady Cui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Cui Bo, Hong Yun. Wuxia was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, "Why are you here?" The red cloud's descent slowed down. Dancer Hong Yun started to inspect Fairy Cui Bo. In Wuxia's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw. After all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary Gu Immortal, dancer Hong Yun would be able to tell. But now, she was facing Ing Wuxia. Who was Ing Wuxia? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul foundation was many times deeper than Fang Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path. Many of his split souls had different identities. They were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Ing Wuxia naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, dancer Hong Yun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Cui Bo. Her expression softened. Something happened to you. Your life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were acting up. I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition, we were worried for nothing. Next, dancer Hong Yun asked again. Who are they? They look familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze landed on Fang Yuan's face. Then, her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Lu Guanyi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations ancestor. She had much more information than ordinary Gu Immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals would know about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, dancer Hong Yun appeared very suddenly. Fang Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. It is me, how should I address you? Even though his identity was exposed, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hong Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a solemn expression. She felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago, he was famous in the world. He fought with Feng Jioge. Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal Gu with me, otherwise. Dancer Hong Yun rejoiced internally. Her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Cui Bo, Mistress Cui, husband and I missed you so much, but you are with a foreign Gu Immortal, and even worse, you did not even reply to our letters. Dancer Hong Yun had her own intentions. She was trying to sow discord between Fairy Cui Bo and Thousand Transformations ancestor. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Cui Bo a lot. Dancer Hong Yun was jealous. She would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Cui Bo. She said this to Ing Wuxia, but it was also directed at Thousand Transformations will. Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guanyi at all. She definitely had something to rely on. It was not just her battle strength. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Ing Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin did not think of this. All right, tell me about your encounter, Lady Cui. I am very curious. At this time, Thousand Transformations ancestors will appeared from dancer Hong Yun's body. He had a trump card after all. Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here. Let's see how Ing Wuxia can get away with it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Ing Wuxia grew quickly, he was still young. His acting skills could not compare to Fang Yuan. It was difficult for him to not expose himself under Thousand Transformations ancestors' will. Chapter 1427. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Cui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Cui Bo mentioned Thousand Transformations ancestors' name, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Cui Bo was hit by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' killer move. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guanyi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were chasing after Lu Guanyi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guanyi and the rest saved Fairy Cui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Court's pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately, they would be attacked separately by their enemies. Wuxia described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Cui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Fang Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Wuxia's narration was half true and half false. Fang Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Jioge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic, there were very few edits. The story had no flaws, because Fang Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Cui Bo's immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will asked Wuxia to show his immortal goo, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Cui Bo's goo worms contained her will, Wuxia could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Cui Bo was captured by Ningbing, she self-detonated all her goo worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy. Therefore, Fang Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Cui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Cui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Wuxia's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally, it made people believe in him. Since when did Wuxia have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised by Wuxia's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent attitude Immortal Goo to Wuxia. With the help of such a rank 8 Immortal Goo, Wuxia's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 Goo Immortal and a rank 8 Will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Wuxia had to deceive these two. It was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations will. They did not doubt Wuxia's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Cui Bo, this is the truth, right? His tone was plain and his face was expressionless, he acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Fang Yuan did not have attitude Immortal Goo, but his acting skills were already very good, he was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Cui Bo, but now he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Fang Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations will was silent. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations will as equals. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, Fang Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so. But Thousand Transformations will and Thousand Transformations' ancestor's main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations will broke the silence and said, How do you want me to thank you? Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even Dancer Hong Yun's eyes were fixed on him. I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fang Yuan said. What suggestion? Alliance. Fang Yuan said 2 words. Alliance. Thousand Transformations will was silent again. Fang Yuan continued to persuade at this time. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you inherited reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance, you are a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Cui Bo. Because of the battle in Reverse Flow River, I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other, we are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands. I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations' immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyun died in my hands. He had a portion of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hongyun was moved by Feng Yuan's glib words. Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance. Wuxia also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations Will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations Will spoke again, he said this. An alliance is possible. But the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the celestial court Gu immortals around you? This is wishful thinking. How could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the celestial court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Feng Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the celestial court's pressure to squeeze Feng Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Feng Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Cui Bo. That is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Feng Yuan avoided the topic of celestial court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations Will. Thousand Transformations Will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 1428. Transaction. Feng Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations Will's intention. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Feng Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Feng Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Feng Yuan and the rest at this time? But Feng Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations Will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations Ancestor wanted to transact with Feng Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way, he would help Feng Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Feng Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Cui Bo, he would also be forming good karma with Feng Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations Ancestors' friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Feng Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Feng Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only Thousand Transformations Will here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Feng Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. Alright. I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Feng Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. Thousand Transformations Will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu Immortal True Inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh! Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of 1,000 transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Zhenyuan Zi's array Dao True Inheritance. Formation path Immortal Gu were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of 1,000 transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare, because this was the embryonic form of an immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal Gu formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fang Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu formation flag. Wasn't this one of the Immortal Gu Fang Yuan needed urgently? Amazing! With this Gu, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Langia. I don't need formation plate Immortal Gu. The self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation is very convenient to use. In time, I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Fang Yuan saw the light of hope. But on the surface, he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at 1,000 transformations will, saying, "This incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a Gu formation to defend against the pursuit of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation." What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite. He wants to take the entire immortal Gu formation. Next, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials for 1,000 transformations ancestor to look at. Lord 1,000 transformations, the immortal materials on my list are too few. But I have no choice, I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yun also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Fang Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guanyi is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of 1,000 transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed. "All right. I will take the immortal materials. You can have this incomplete Gu formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuebua, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate." Pausing for a moment, 1,000 transformations will continued. "Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Let us form a good relationship. This is my information path Gu worm. If you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye." Lord 1,000 Transformations' magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path Gu worm. Please accept it, Lord 1,000 Transformations. Fang Yuan changed his tone. Not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path Gu worm. "Concubine Chui, let's go." 1,000 Transformations will said. Wuxia looked at Fang Yuan deeply before smiling at the others. "Thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again." Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Chui Bo rode on dancing red cloud. Soon, they were far away. Only when Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fang Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze, intense battle intent surging in his eyes. Wuxia has already sent the information back. They are going back the same way. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. "Come, let's carry out the plan." Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Only He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin were left behind. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A dazzling light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she left Fang Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find Dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way. Fang Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of them. An immortal goo formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fang Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fang Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal goo formation many times. Wuxia could not be given up. Not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream, it was also because of Sixth Hair. If Wuxia died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fang Yuan. He might even think that Fang Yuan was the one who harmed Wuxia. He might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fang Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine goo for him. There was another point, that was the human heart. Fang Yuan could give up on Wuxia today. He would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin and the rest in the future. These goo immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fang Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Wuxia successfully gaining Thousand Transformations ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fang Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fang Yuan, He Lulan, or Wuxia, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing sent a message. No need to set it up, Wuxia has succeeded. Fang Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there, in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Wuxia did well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down Thousand Transformations Will and the rank 7 goo immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without any bloodshed. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand. Regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations ancestors' side, as long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not Lead Soul into Dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fang Yuan used this immortal body to force Southern Border's E-Clan's immortal goo house to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal goo house Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor would fall for it. Not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits, otherwise, she would not be laughing so happily. Thousand Transformations will said, Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband Hong Yun, look at this. Wuxia took out a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. This is Dream Path? Thousand Transformations will was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guanyi and the rest. Their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance. Lu Guanyi and the rest were kept in the dark. Wuxia then acted coquettishly. Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution, how are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong Yun cursed internally. Slut. 1,000 transformations will laughed. I should reward you properly. Boom. At the next moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm. They did not fly out again. Chapter 1429. Alright, saving Wuxia first. Hey Lulan, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded, her soul flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Her physical body floated in the air, her eyes closed and motionless. Soon, another pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the dream realm. After a while, Wuxia was dragged out. Wuxia was still in the dream, he had not woken up yet. When the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Wuxia was at the center. The impact of the dream realm's explosion was also the strongest. Therefore, at this moment, although her physical body had left the dream, the soul in her physical body had fallen into a dream. It was like she was hit by lead soul into dream, similar to He Lulan's dream path calamity. At this time, Fang Yuan's unravel dream killer move could be used. He could not use it earlier because this dream realm trapped 1,000 transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun. If he unraveled the dream realm, these two would be released. Without the dream realm, they would wake up quickly. If he unraveled a portion of the dream realm, Fang Yuan would not be able to control it. All in all, this was a very risky matter. Fang Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he could use this better method. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Old Man Inkstone. They had dream path Dao marks. Old Man Inkstone wanted to create the 11 extreme physiques. He succeeded mostly, but not completely. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a huge weakness, they had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, they would self-detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had their unique advantage. The greatest advantage was that this body could enter and exit dream realms. It could protect the soul and prevent it from being corrupted by the dream realms. Back then, during the dream realm battle, He Lulan by Ning Bing and the rest had hidden in the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They entered the dream realms to avoid the danger. Once the storm was over, they would all come out safely. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan at that time, and he had a deep impression of it. Now, Fang Yuan was merely reenacting this scene. After using dream dispelling, Wuxia woke up, but his soul had suffered a great deal of damage. Fang Yuan used the Guts Gu to heal all the injuries to his soul, allowing him to return to his peak condition. What happened next was the key. If it worked well, not only could Fang Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he could even snatch that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Dancer Hong Yun, 1,000 transformations will, rank 8 Immortal Gu. Among these three, Dancer Hong Yun was the easiest to deal with. She was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Now that she was dragged out, she was likely in the same state as Wuxia, trapped in a dream realm. At this time, Wuxia added another lead soul into dreams, and that would be quite safe. Dancer Hong Yun was like a fish on the chopping board, nothing to worry about. He had to worry about 1,000 transformations will and that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wills would be worn down in dream realms. But different from souls, the reason wills were worn down was because they were thinking in dream realms. Any will, as long as they were thinking, they would be worn down. The more intensely they thought, the faster they would be worn down. However, the moment the consciousness left the dream, it would immediately recover, unlike a soul. Thus, if 1,000 transformations will was not worn down completely and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 Immortal Gu and attack Fang Yuan and the rest immediately. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would face the rank 8 Immortal Gu's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal goo was unknown to Feng Yuan and the rest. They could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until 1,000 transformations was worn down before they dragged dancer Hong Yun out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm, the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found dancer Hong Yun, who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if 1,000 transformations was gone or not. On the other hand, Li's soul into dream had no effect on 1,000 transformations will. Because 1,000 transformations was only a will, Li's soul into dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, 1,000 transformations would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, 1,000 transformations ancestor would have already found them. For Feng Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Feng Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Feng Yuan and the rest. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag dancer Hong Yun out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if 1,000 transformations was still around. This was a risk. Thus, by then, Feng Yuan and the rest would hide far away. Only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Feng Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal goo. The risk would be borne by others, while the benefits would be his. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or 1,000 transformations will find us during this period of time. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioge is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the river of time? Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times, He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal goo formation earlier and made Feng Jioge suffer. Forget it. Feng Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioge has Celestial Court behind him. It is not impossible for him to escape from the river of time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The Immortals followed Feng Yuan's lead. They teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioge came here. Seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Next, his gaze focused on the dream realm. This is a dream realm? Even without his report, his current situation was already observed by Fairy Myrtle from Celestial Court. Why would there be a dream realm here? What is the reason? It is not simple, we need to investigate further. While thinking, Fairy Myrtle transmitted to Feng Jioge, informing him of Feng Yuan and the rest's current location. Feng Jioge chased after them. His speed was unimaginable. Feng Yuan and the rest soon felt pressure. After they used omnidirectional travel, not long after, Feng Jioge chased after them again. Feng Jioge is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Celestial Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jioge, are there any other helpers? After chasing for half a day on a desert, Feng Yuan and the rest were frowning deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used casually because it expended the Goo Immortal's own Dao marks. If they continued to run like this, even without Feng Jioge's help, their own battle strength would fall by a lot. But fighting against Feng Jioge was very risky. Ignoring Feng Jioge's own battle strength, the crucial thing was, other than him, were there others? If there was another rank 8 Goo Immortal, Feng Yuan and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Jioge is only rank 7, Celestial Court's rank 8 cannot enter his immortal aperture. And Celestial Court's rank 8 phantom aperture cannot contain living beings. Moreover, we have moved so much, even if there are people following behind Feng Jioge, they will be left far behind. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Feng Yuan nodded. I have the same thought, Let's wait for him here. If we do not force him back, he will catch up sooner or later. Bai Ningbing was dazed for a moment, before looking around. She understood Feng Yuan very well, since Feng Yuan wanted to deal with Feng Jioge and did not have enough time to set up an immortal gu formation. The location he chose had to be particular. However, before Bai Ningbing could figure out what was going on, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. Next, ripples of light formed into a golden gatehouse. From the gatehouse, Feng Jioge stepped out, appearing in front of Feng Yuan and the rest again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Jioge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit had grim expressions. The shadow of a person, the bark of a tree. Chapter 1430. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go divided by small? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Jioge wore a red and white robe. He was handsome and elegant. He looked at the Shadow Sect Immortals with a warm smile. He looked even more elegant. Love Go, small TalkNet had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sect Immortals felt immense pressure. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan walked out of the crowd, muttering. He had an outstanding bearing. His white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint, they were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought. In this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Feng Yuan snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Jioge's vision. But at that time, Feng Jioge was a high and mighty rank 7 gu immortal. He had been famous for a long time, he was a peak character. And Feng Yuan was just a mortal, he was like an ant, even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Feng Yuan would not only become a gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Shenyang Tower, participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now, he was in the limelight, his name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court, his reputation was already on par with Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had saved Feng Jioge had also saved Feng Yuan, all their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Jioge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Feng Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Jioge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Jioge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the countercurrent protection seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Feng Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan never gave Feng Jioge such a chance. Love Go, small, say, net. Moreover, the Shadow Sect Immortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding. Feng Jioge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Feng Yuan was charging at him, Feng Jioge's smile widened. He said to himself, I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Pass Tune yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's whole body vanished on the spot. Almost at the next moment, Feng Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Feng Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Jioge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jioge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Sound Dao was actually not mainstream, and this move was even more out of the ordinary. Ordinary methods were basically unable to stop Feng Jioge's shift. Be careful. He Lulan warned. They heard the zither's sound as well. They retreated subconsciously. But their speed could not match Yangpa's tune. They did not know Feng Jioge's exact location. They could only choose to retreat randomly. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard the sound of a zither explode in her ears. Feng Jioge's figure condensed. He was right next to her. Cling. Feng Jioge had a strange look in his eyes as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit from afar, creating a loud sound that sounded like weapons clashing. Lady White Rabbit screamed in fear. At that instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She quickly retreated. The sharp sound wave hit her chest. At the next moment, blood splattered, black fog surged out of Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She stood on a lizard as she flew into the sky. Love Go, small, say, net Lady White Rabbit, who had rank 6 cultivation level, was not Feng Jioge's match. But at the crucial moment, her other identity, Black Tigress, appeared and saved her life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly left and tried to heal herself. Feng Jioge did not chase her. He knew that his sneak attack had failed, he had lost the initiative, everyone was wary of him, he would not be as effective as the first attack. Most importantly, Feng Jioge frowned slightly, looking at the vast desert below him. This is Anti-Sound Desert, your burial ground. Saying so, Feng Yuan pounced again. So that's it. Feng Jioge realized at once. At the next moment, he dissipated into sound waves. Yangpa's tune succeeded again, Feng Yuan missed. However, Feng Jioge, who appeared not far away, had an ugly expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth had already faded a lot, and his gaze was even more solemn. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert, it was a place as famous as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world, to sound path gu immortals, they were both forbidden lands. Because in these two places, sound path Dao marks were greatly suppressed, any sound path killer move's power would be greatly suppressed. Earlier, Feng Jioge wanted to move behind Lady White Rabbit and kill her. But in the end, he was exposed 100 steps away from Lady White Rabbit. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape the fatal attack. Anti-Sound Desert, back then, this special land was stolen by thieving heaven demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here, how did Feng Yuan know? I almost forgot, he is the new leader of Shadow Sect, it is normal for him to know some secrets. Feng Jioge guessed. His second guess was wrong, Shadow Sect did not know about this place either. Feng Yuan knew about it because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this place was exposed. Now it was being used by him. Feng Jioge's expression suddenly changed, he looked at his arm in shock. Unknowingly, a layer of frost had formed on his arm and even his back. Is that the Dragon Lady, Bai Ningbing? Feng Jioge looked at Bai Ningbing in the distance with a look of admiration in his eyes. Immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. This was Bai Ningbing's killer move. Even though Feng Jioge moved quickly, Cold Eyes could be activated even faster. As long as he was within Bai Ningbing's vision, he could reach her at almost the same time. Feng Jioge laughed heartily, he stretched out his hand and touched the frost. Immediately, a melodious bell sound could be heard as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, her dragon eyes shined with a cold light. This is a little troublesome. Feng Jioge frowned slightly, he used Yangpa's tune again and vanished on the spot. But at the next moment, when he appeared, not only did he have to face Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he even summoned Fairy Miao Yin's Curved Moon. Immortal killer move, Curved Moon. 2 crescent moons appeared in Fairy Miao Yin's eyes. Like cold eyes, this was a visual attack technique, it was activated extremely quickly. Feng Jioge was hit, his body shook slightly. Fairy Miao Yin was moved, she was confident in the power of Curved Moon, but when it hit Feng Jioge, it only shook his body slightly. Feng Jioge had a deep foundation in defense. Back then, even when facing Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, he could resist it for so long. It was not a big deal to forcefully take a curved moon killer move. Chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping. A flock of little flaming birds surrounded Feng Jioge. Bam 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 bam. At the next moment, the fire birds self-detonated. The explosions continued for a long time, but soon disappeared. Because this was the battlefield of the anti-sound desert. The explosion engulfed Feng Jioge. Scorching flames gushed out in all directions along with surging airwaves. At once, the faces of Feng Yuan and the rest were covered in a layer of fire. The temperature in the air rose sharply. He Lulan stood far away, her eyes shining with intense battle intent. This was the immortal killer move she activated, Angry Bird. Far away, Feng Jioge appeared again. He was unscathed. The self-detonation of the angry birds did not affect him. Feng Yuan pounced. The other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Jioge smiled silently. You've been dodging for long enough, take this. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once, Heaven and Earth sang. The song entered the immortals' ears, their bodies shook, they felt like the whole world had suddenly become vast. While they themselves became smaller and smaller, they became ants or dust particles. The feeling of being small and insignificant appeared in their hearts. Compared to the whole world, they were insignificant. What were they? This was the power of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only did it affect the Gu immortals, even their immortal killer moves were affected, suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song. They became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths of time, they vanished into thin air. This move was one of Feng Jioge's signature killer moves. Back then in Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng's side had suffered from this move. Now, it was time for Feng Yuan and the rest to taste it. He Lulan and the rest naturally did not feel good, but Feng Yuan still charged forward. Reverse flow protection seal did not move, only some ripples appeared on its surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of the power of Heaven and Earth Song onto Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge tasted his own killer move for the first time. Looking at Feng Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge felt a headache when he saw Feng Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Feng Yuan, let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jioge did not want to waste time with Feng Yuan, he targeted the others. Chapter 1431. Feng Jioge had the support of the Celestial Court. He did not lack information, he had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Feng Yuan, there were also Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ying Wuxia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady, her attacks were the most ferocious, she was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura, her attacks were covered in flames, she had incredible power, she had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Ying Wuxia was currently using Fairy Chuibo's body. He wore a green dress and had seductive eyes, his methods were concealed. This was a new face to Feng Jioge, he was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze, her injuries were already healed, she moved quickly and cultivated dark path. Like an assassin, she moved around the periphery, her eyes fixed on Feng Jioge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, she had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes. She cultivated sound path like Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Feng Yuan's attacks. He was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Feng Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Feng Yuan had weak offense but strong defense. If Feng Jioge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness. But who would Feng Jioge find? This question lingered in the minds of Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Feng Yuan. By the same logic, Feng Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Jioge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal goo. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Jioge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Feng Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miao Yin. After all, both of them cultivate the Sound Dao. With Feng Jioge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miao Yin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jioge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Ying Wuxia as well. She is using Fairy Chuibo's body. Feng Jioge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Feng Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Jioge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Jioge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Jioge leaped, activating Yang Pass Tune. He moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune did not dissipate, its aura changed. Feng Jioge let out a long whistle. How about listening to my Jasper song? This was his signature method. The immortals heard this and retreated. Only Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He charged forward bravely. Feng Jioge, you finally used some methods. Ding ding dong dong. The song resounded. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Feng Yuan ignored it. He got close to Feng Jioge. He wanted to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to return a portion of Green Jade Song's power, to let Feng Jioge have a taste of it. But to think that Feng Jioge's Green Jade Song killer move's power was completely concealed. Feng Yuan was unobstructed along the way. He did not reflect any damage at all. While the immortals were shocked, a blurry figure flew out of Feng Jioge's body. This figure looked like Feng Jioge, but it was jade green, as if it was made of jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior! Feng Yuan's heart sank. He thought of a certain piece of information from his previous life. This was one of Feng Jioge's powerful methods. It allowed the 9 songs he created to condense into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge's original 9 songs were extremely powerful, but they had flaws. He could only use one move at a time. They were not flexible enough and could only last for a short time. After many battles, Feng Jioge understood this flaw of his. He went into closed cultivation for a while. After coming out, he obtained the killer move Song Warrior. This way, he could turn the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were extremely flexible and his battle strength rose again. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, many enemies suffered greatly because of this. I didn't expect that the famous Song Warrior was actually a variation of the Yang Pass Tune. It is like the relationship between my Strength Path Giant Hand and Myriad Self. In my previous life, about 500 years later, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior. He did it so early this time? No, in my previous life, it was because the Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven and forcefully delayed the Great Era. Maybe Feng Jioge was also affected. Or maybe, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior in advance because of the Celestial Court's guidance? Countless thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He had countless guesses in an instant. The green jade song warrior did not face Fang Yuan, it charged at Wuxia. Wuxia's eyelids twitched, he quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune again to move far away. After several times, when Fang Yuan charged at him again, he had already used his signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song warrior charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Good timing." She clashed with the Heaven and Earth Song warrior, frost splattered everywhere. "Oh no, this is not good. Bai Ningbing and Wuxia can't even take care of themselves, we can't pressure Feng Jioge at all. So Feng Jioge's target is not one of us, but all of us apart from Fang Yuan." After understanding Feng Jioge's tactic, the Shadow Sect Immortals felt a strong sense of threat. The battle was tilting towards Feng Jioge's side, but Fang Yuan and the rest were helpless. All in all, Fang Yuan's side was still weak in offense and strong in defense. And Feng Jioge had outstanding intelligence, he used the wisest tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had both advantages and disadvantages. If 9 songs were used, the song would be formless and formless, it would cover a huge area and have great power, it was hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warrior, it would condense into a lump, it could be targeted, dodged, and even used long-range attacks to continuously reduce the Song Warrior's power. But the current situation of Feng Jioge's battle was completely different from the previous 2 battles. Firstly, he did not need to face the Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. This Immortal Goo House was extremely fast. If he used Song Warrior, it would definitely be evaded. Secondly, Feng Jioge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, Fang Yuan had not made sufficient preparations while chasing, he did not have time to set up an Immortal Goo formation. If he used Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them one by one, the Shadow Sect Immortals would not be able to fend for themselves, they would not be able to form an encirclement. What kind of battle situation and what kind of tactic to use? This was a Goo Immortal who had experienced countless battles. Feng Jioge had no awareness, he was someone who had fought countless battles, he had rich battle experience. Adding on his shocking talent, this battle caused the Shadow Sect Immortals to suffer greatly. After Green Jade's song and Heaven and Earth song, it was Submission Song and Separation Song. The 4 Song Warriors fought at times, sometimes they attacked together, causing the battlefield to fall into a chaotic battle. "Bastard!" Hei Lulan gritted her teeth as she retreated. She used Angry Bird to attack from afar, but once this move hit the Green Jade Song Warrior, the Fire Bird would turn into a Jade Bird and shatter on the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ningbing called out as she raised the huge ice blade in her hand, looking at the Submission Song Warrior. But at the crucial moment, Separation Song Warrior blocked this killer move. The huge ice blade disintegrated, Separation Song Warrior could separate everything, even an immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppressive power, Wuxia and Fairy Miao Yin attacked it together, but they were evenly matched. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Ever since Feng Jioge started cultivating, he had set his goal to create 9 songs, to express his understanding of fate, life, and heaven and earth. And now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he has 7 songs. Among them, Green Jade, Heaven and Earth, Submission Song, and Separation Song were used to attack. Fang Yuan and the rest had already seen it. There were also 2 songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven, they were used for cultivation. This was not a problem. What worried Fang Yuan the most was the final song. That song is not easy to control. Once it fails, the backlash is almost fatal. However, if we give Feng Jioge the chance to successfully use that song, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Fang Yuan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do, he was weak in offense and strong in defense. Pressuring Feng Jioge was just wishful thinking. Chapter 1432. The Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 Song warriors fiercely. Around the green Jade Song warrior, countless Jade Stone dragons fell, but he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The Heaven and Earth Song warriors' attacks were grand, each of his actions carried great pressure, but the dragons were too many. He was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest. He actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect, but unfortunately he could not stop the tide of the battle. The Leaving Song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out, but ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere. He perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity. Quality was secondary. Especially against Gu Immortal experts, it could not be used. As Feng Yuan's opponents got stronger, myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Feng Yuan escape. But, after Feng Yuan combined his moves and used ancient sword dragon transformation as the foundation to activate myriad self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient sword dragon transformation used rank 7 dragon breath Immortal Gu, dragon scales Immortal Gu, and rank 6 dragon strength Immortal Gu to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient sword dragon clones could not be matched by a simple myriad self-killer move. This was the strongest offensive method that Feng Yuan currently had. The myriad dragon devoured the 4 Song warriors, before surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He mobilized the dragon group to attack Feng Jioge from all directions. Facing this move, Feng Jioge had a flash of praise in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge drum sound shook heaven and earth. Like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Feng Jioge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang! Amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then, their bodies shook violently, and in a breath's time, they turned into nothingness. Fist drum. Gripping the bell. Feng Jioge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the flood dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu Immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Jioge, it was not enough. Feng Jioge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks. Even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Feng Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Jioge not using Yang Pass Tune? In this situation, the entire song is already dead. Feng Jioge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way, he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Feng Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or Immortal Concubine Qinglan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the Dream Realm, they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated. Why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Cui Bo is among them now. Come out. The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qinglan's expressions changed. Chapter 1433. Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air, it was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and Immortal concubine Qinglan were flying around the dream realm. Goo worms flew out of their hands, arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border righteous path Goo immortals, they were also setting up an immortal goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it, the dream realm had just appeared, the super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few goo immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 goo immortal and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned Dancer Hong Yun and his rank 8 immortal goo mutation. He could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend, you do the last few steps. Night Temptress and Immortal concubine Qinglan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending while Immortal concubine Qinglan continued to set up the immortal goo formation. Among Thousand Transformations' ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status. She was the strongest. Immortal concubine Qinglan was second only to her. Earlier, the two had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Chui Bo's location. They were extremely vigilant. Red Date Immortal Essence continued to be injected as goo worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, Immortal concubine Qinglan took out a crucial immortal goo. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. It looked like a beetle, people called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Goo Pass? Seeing this immortal goo, Feng Jioge, who was hiding far away, had a thought. He had a heated gaze. He had searched for this Rule Path Immortal Goo for a long time but could not find it. If I had Pass Goo, the time limit of Immortal Killer Move Yang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an Immortal Goo, a large number of Mortal Goo can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this Immortal Goo is actually in Thousand Transformations' ancestors' hands. Feng Jioge sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song and can refine Wild Immortal Goo, in this situation, the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and Immortal concubine Qinglan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's immortal goo. In history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even Theft Path Goo immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Pass Goo was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal concubine Qinglan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. All right, we have set up the immortal goo formation. With this goo formation, we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The 2 female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioge did not show up. When Feng Jioge appeared, the 2 let out a sigh of relief but were also a little disappointed. A moment later, the 2 returned, leaving this place. Feng Jioge followed them for a while and found that their destination was obvious: Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, they did not go to find Fairy Chui Bo? With Thousand Transformations' ancestor's personality, how could he let this go? Did something happen on Thousand Transformations' ancestor's side? Feng Jioge had obtained a lot of detailed information from the Celestial Court. He knew Thousand Transformations' ancestor's personality and way of doing things. He was arrogant and domineering, taking revenge for the smallest grievances, thus he made this plan. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not fall for it. He even ignored Fairy Chui Bo. This was very strange. Feng Jioge wanted to use Thousand Transformations side to continue pressuring and probing Feng Yuan, but his plan failed. At this time, Feng Jioge received a transmission. He left quietly, and behind a sand dune, he saw 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioge was not unfamiliar with these two, because in southern border, these two appeared and blocked Wu Yong for Feng Jioge. Afterwards, Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, while these two chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck had already been connected by Feng Yuan's Connect Luck Immortal Gu. At that time, Feng Yuan was relying on this precious rank 8 battle strength. Once it was connected, not only could he protect the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he could also use the killer move Qi Luck Sensation to determine its location. Even though Feng Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that the other Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court could destroy it, he chose Luck Path. It was safer. After all, the only super force that was skilled in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. And even though Giant Sun Immortal was known as an immortal venerable, he had never entered the Celestial Court, and did not impart his Luck Path true inheritance to the Celestial Court. Thus, when Feng Yuan and the rest used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck rose, and it escaped unexpectedly. Next, the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin interfered. Not only did he save the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he even destroyed the investigative killer move that the Celestial Court had used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, these two Celestial Court Gu Immortals searched for 2 days and spent a lot of effort before confirming that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had completely escaped. There was no chance of capturing it. They did not do their job well. Fairy Myrtle scolded them. After that, Fairy Myrtle sent them to reinforce Feng Jioge. We already know about the Dream Realm. This time, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attitude has changed. We have already received Lady Ziwei's instructions. We will probe Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The 2 Celestial Court rank 8 Gu Immortals said. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attitude towards Fairy Cui Bo's matter was different from before. Feng Jioge could see something amiss, but as a Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Myrtle could deduce even more. She deduced that Thousand Transformations Ancestor was likely to be heavily injured. He might even die. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to obtain Thousand Transformations Ancestor's reckless savage true inheritance. Even if they did not gain anything, they could cause a battle in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world and lose a rank 8 Gu Immortal. That was a good thing. After all, the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was about to arrive. Central Continent had 4 battlegrounds. They had to plan ahead and reduce the strength of the Gu Immortals of the other regions. The more the better. Feng Yuan flew in the sky. These last days, Feng Jioge did not chase them. Feng Yuan stopped using omnidirectional travel. After all, this ancient battle formation had a huge cost. It expended the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. Moreover, Feng Jioge and the rest did not have a clear location. If they used omnidirectional travel recklessly, they might be closing the distance between them. Omnidirectional travel could only be used in emergencies. The others entered his sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, Feng Yuan was thinking as he flew. A moment later, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He lowered his speed and altitude. When his feet touched the ground, his immortal aperture's entrance opened, letting out by Ning Bing and the rest. Protect me, I have already designed it. We can set up the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation now. Feng Yuan said. Next, he sat down on the ground and started to meditate. In fact, the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation had already been set up. It was placed in mini Central Continent. However, this immortal formation was not the most ideal one. According to his previous plan, Feng Yuan activated the self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he was multitasking, activating another incomplete immortal formation. This incomplete immortal formation was obtained by Feng Yuan from dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal Gu inside was already taken out, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Feng Yuan was trying to fuse these 2 immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. The two immortal formations had completely fused into one. The main purpose of this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit merged into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit would have a new home. After achieving this goal, Fang Yuan removed many goo worms from the incomplete immortal formation, simplifying the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the immortal formation was completely formed. It could reduce the harmful Dao marks on Fang Yuan and the rest. However, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to reduce the Dao marks. He took out self-love immortal goo from the immortal formation. Self-love immortal goo was the core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the entire immortal formation would collapse. However, Fang Yuan's immortal formation was still intact. It was the formation spirit. Its ability to manipulate the immortal formation surpassed Fang Yuan's. The moment self-love immortal goo was taken out, the immortal formation was on the verge of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, using a large number of self-love mortal goo to activate the goo formation, temporarily replacing self-love immortal goo. But this could only be used in emergencies. Self-love immortal goo was the core. It was like the pillar supporting the house. With self-love immortal goo taken out, using a large number of mortal goo to support the house was like a small wooden pillar. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply. He opened his bloodshot eyes and started to control the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal goo formation was emitting loud noises. The goo formation occupied a huge area of over 100 square kilometers. It activated intensely, creating layers of illusions of green mountains. In this yellow desert, it was very eye-catching. Bai Ningbing and the rest were scattered around the immortal goo formation, patrolling and staying alert. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial moment. However, Fang Yuan, who was at the center of the immortal formation, was very relaxed. He even had the mood to deduce other things. At this speed, in another 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on my body. The Celestial Court's pursuers should be here, right? I tried to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Celestial Court will definitely sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He received news from Sixth Hair that the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo had failed again. Moreover, this time, the goo refinement failed. Sixth Hair suffered a backlash and was heavily injured. He needed to rest for some time. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, the current Sixth Hair was the most trustworthy person in Langya sect. He was even more reliable than Land Spirit of Langya. He needed to recuperate. This was bad news. Including this time, the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo has failed close to 10 times, right? Immortal goo refinement is a bottomless pit. Hairy man goo immortals are proficient in hairy man nature style. To prevent Providence from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style goo refinement method. Fang Yuan was not surprised that cleansed soul immortal goo's refinement failed. It did not shake his determination to continue refining this goo. Speaking of which, he had cleansed soul immortal goo before, but it was gone. Back then, cleansed soul immortal goo was one of the cores of Myriad self-killer move. But now, Fang Yuan was not refining cleansed soul for Myriad self-killer move. His true goal was his strength path immortal zombie body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the soul path trap that Wuxia had painstakingly planted in it. Now that Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap. But this method required a rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo as the core. As long as he refined cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan would be able to use his strength path immortal zombie body again. He would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition and use the light of wisdom to change the overall situation of this era. Even though the Dao marks in the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley were comparable to rank 9 immortal goo, in terms of profundity, rank 9 immortal goo were better. He wanted to use year's flow like water immortal goo to summon an immemorial year beast for him. Thus, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was Grandmaster, unlike his transformation path attainment level, thus, he created year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were not easy to recruit. At the end of his life, he created the immemorial year beast fishing formation. This immortal goo formation could lure immemorial year beasts, but it could not be controlled. Thus, it was only fishing, not summoning. The immemorial year beasts that were fished could not be controlled. He Fan's true idea was to summon an immemorial year beast and control it. Even until his death, he did not achieve this goal. This was truly a pity. Maybe if he had more time, he would have succeeded. Beauty could not defeat time. In fact, the same was true for geniuses and heroes. If Feng Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and continue on this path. In time, he would definitely create an immortal killer move that could summon immemorial year beasts. This was the true inheritance of a true inheritance. After the successors inherited the true teachings of their predecessors, they didn't just blindly copy them. Instead, in the process of cultivation, they constantly perfected the contents of the true teachings, or added their own things, and then passed it down again. The inheritance of a true inheritance was not just about taking, it was also about giving. However, right now, Feng Yuan did not have time to perfect the true inheritance. What he needed to do was to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to fish up an immemorial year beast, then use 180 slaves to subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have subdued the immemorial year beast already. My trip to the River of Time will be filled with danger. Not only is the River of Time itself dangerous, Celestial Court is likely to have arrangements. Earlier, Feng Yuan framed Feng Jioge and exiled him to the River of Time. Even though Feng Jioge escaped in the end, Feng Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Feng Jioge was able to escape. Maybe he had his own ability, or maybe Celestial Court has arrangements in the River of Time. Regardless of which, the worst-case scenario is that I will be attacked by them after entering the River of Time. And I have no terrain advantage in the River of Time. I am not familiar with fighting in the river. Only with the protection of an immemorial year beast can I guarantee my life. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He could not take the risk alone. He had to make preparations. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was enticed. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly activated the immortal goo formation. Inside the goo formation, the tributary of the River of Time appeared. Chapter 1439. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's defense was very strong. Even after the immemorial year monkey's attacks, it did not budge. But this made the immemorial year monkey even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. It raised its fists as it punched down. Its fists were like meteors, striking the fishing immortal formation again and again. The immortal formation started to shake. The inside of it was shaking intensely. Each time the immemorial year monkey attacked, a large number of mortal goo would be lost. White Rabbit, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were quickly replenishing their mortal goo. Some goo formations would crumble after losing 10% of their goo worms. Some better goo formations would still exist even after losing half of their goo worms. As for the immemorial year beast fishing formation, as long as the core immortal goo were intact, and over 60% of them were still intact, it could continue to hold its ground. But defending for too long was bound to fail. Feng Yuan and the rest could not let the immemorial year monkey continue to attack like this. Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. At the next moment, a crack appeared in the immortal goo formation as Bai Ningbing flew out. She was extremely fast, like a snow-white arrow. She flew towards the immemorial year monkey. The distance between them was very short. With Bai Ningbing's speed, the immemorial year monkey could not react in time. Its throat was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack. The immemorial year monkey took a small step back. Feeling the pain, It growled as it retracted its arms, grabbing it by Ning Bing. Instantly, Bai Ningbing's vision turned dark. The two monkey claws were like two huge black clouds, pressing down on her. Bai Ningbing was not flustered. She snorted coldly as she flew out. The immemorial year monkey's two hands came down from above, while Bai Ningbing dove down. Originally, with her speed she could escape from the monkey claws, but strangely, when she reached the immemorial year monkey's stomach, it caught up to her. The immemorial year monkey clenched its fists, squeezing Bai Ningbing like she was a glass ball. Next, it clenched its fists tightly, grinding them a few times before releasing them. If Bai Ningbing was in her normal state, she would have turned into minced meat already. But before the battle started, she had already activated the killer move by Xiang. She turned into a 5-meter-tall white frost giant. It was clad in ice armor and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its feet were bare and it was stepping on 2 light blue cold clouds. The immemorial year monkey opened its giant hand and crushed Bai Xiang into dregs. Trash! The immemorial year monkey saw that it got rid of its enemy. It laughed excitedly and shook its hand as Bai Xiang's fragments flew out. It punched the immortal goo formation again. The fragments of Bai Xiang fluttered in the air. Soon, they gathered together and expanded with the wind. After several breaths of time, they returned to the complete Bai Xiang, a small giant that was 15 to 16 feet tall. This was the profundity of the killer move Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing, who had turned into Bai Xiang, no longer had a body of flesh and blood. Even if there was only a fingernail-sized body left, it could instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. But this time, not only is my flying speed slower, Bai Xiang's recovery speed is also much slower. Bai Ningbing estimated as she flew towards the immemorial year monkey again. The immemorial year beast had a lot of time path Dao marks. Its every move had the effect of time path. The time path Dao marks around it could not be underestimated. Immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Boom! The sharp ice blade with frost energy landed on the immemorial year monkey's shoulder, but it could not break its skin. Compared to the primordial year monkey, the huge ice blade was like a small fruit knife. But compared to the immemorial year beasts, he was just a small snake beside an adult. No problem. Next, Fang Yuan activated a rule path immortal goo with all his strength. Grow, 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 grow. The ancient sword dragon's body expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year monkey looked at Fang Yuan warily. Fang Yuan charged up and fought the immemorial year monkey. Even though Fang Yuan had strength path methods, he could not compare to the immemorial year monkey in terms of strength. Rule path immortal goo grow only made him bigger. Fang Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but the immemorial year monkey's injuries were much heavier. It was all because the reverse current protection seal had reflected the ancient sword serpent, and all of it had been reflected back onto his body. This battle lasted for several hours. Fang Yuan was the main attacker, while the rest supported him. Even though rank 7 killer moves did not have much of an effect, they accumulated over time. They could not be underestimated. The immemorial year monkey was heavily injured. It breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore space and tried to escape into the river of time. But the ancient sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into was tightly coiling around it. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed. It could not escape. Eventually, Fang Yuan used 180 slaves 3 times. It finally lowered its head and submitted to Fang Yuan. Immemorial year monkey, subdued. After losing the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan finally gained rank 8 battle strength. Note: a happy moon and a happy life. Venerable Gu wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. The immemorial year monkey gasped. Its relaxed expression showed a trace of seriousness. This is a sudden spring. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. The river of time was not safe. Some river segments were very dangerous. They had different changes. Sudden springs were one of them. In this river segment, one had to be wary of the sudden eruption of the river water and the sudden spring. Once the sudden spring gathered, a vast number of time path Dao marks would be carved. One would either die or be heavily injured. Their lifespan might even be reduced. Fang Yuan cautiously moved above the immemorial year monkey's head. He lacked methods to resist sudden springs. He could only use this immemorial year beast's thick skin to resist them. This river segment had to be crossed. It was the only way to get to Red Lotus True Inheritance. Just as Fang Yuan was concentrating and crossing the river, near the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. One was a handsome rank 7 Gu Immortal. 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were tall and sturdy. They were Feng Jioge and the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals from the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's plan was to use Fang Yuan to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. Now that Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, she naturally had to send a large force to take it. To think that this otherworldly demon is so powerful he can actually fight on equal grounds with Brother Feng. With our help, no matter how talented he is, he will not be able to survive. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals had not gathered with Feng Jioge for long. Feng Jioge was not someone who cared about his reputation. He directly provided the information about Fang Yuan's battle strength to these 2 Gu Immortals. If we work together, we should be able to kill Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge nodded. Fang Yuan's battle strength was similar to his. Facing 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal was already difficult. Facing 2 at the same time was even more difficult. Especially now, Feng Jioge's chaotic heart-beating sound killer move had been modified by Fairy Myrtle. It had become his trump card against Fang Yuan. This is a dream realm. A moment later, Feng Jioge and the rest had to stop. They looked at the defense line made of dream realms helplessly. It seems that we can only wait. The dream realm is moving on its own. Soon, there will be a gap in the defense line. We will be able to enter. Other than us, there is also Lord Huang Shi in the River of Time. He is the person who is most skilled at fighting in the River of Time in the last 10,000 years. Fang Yuan is not his match. The 3 immortals discussed and decided to stay behind, waiting for a chance to appear. In the River of Time. Scram, scram, scram. The immemorial year monkey gritted its teeth. It was injured. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the river surface behind him with lingering fear. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey protected me. Otherwise, how could we get past this natural barrier so easily? The sudden springs had immense power. They were at least rank 7 killer moves. Most of them were rank 8. Fang Yuan even saw a sudden spring that was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. The sudden eruption of the spring was like a huge waterfall that shot up into the sky against the current. Thankfully, it erupted far away from Fang Yuan. There was no danger. The immemorial year monkey's injuries are not light. Unfortunately, my methods are limited. I cannot heal it. Fang Yuan inspected it, sighing internally. The healing methods of other paths were suppressed here. Among time path healing methods, Fang Yuan only had man as before Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this Immortal Gu was only effective on humans. Fang Yuan could only let the immemorial year monkey recover on its own. As long as I am careful and do not touch any peaceful time silk, it is not a problem to pass this place safely. Lord Huang Shi was thinking, when suddenly there was a loud explosion. It was like heaven and earth shattering. The crystal web nest shook along with the huge sound wave. The dark web spider was alarmed. Its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huang Shi. Damn it! It must be a trap set by Fang Yuan and the rest. Lord Huang Shi's anger rose, but his surprise was very little. If he was Fang Yuan, he would also set up a trap to harm his pursuers. Since I can come here, I naturally have the confidence to pass through this dangerous area without alerting the dark web spider. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi activated his immortal killer move to attack the crystal spider silk. These crystal spider silk were not easily destroyed, even though they were very fragile. But any killer move would be frozen by time if it got close. It would give the illusion that it was suspended in midair. Of course, against those rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time silk had a limit to its endurance. Lord Huangshi went all out, using rank 8 killer moves to destroy the crystal spider silk in front of him. His speed increased instead. He was a time path great expert. He had methods to deal with the peaceful time silk. But that dark web spider was slow. It could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi did not want to fight the dark web spider to the death. He still had a heavy responsibility. But his retreat was not smooth sailing. Immortal killer moves were frequently used, be it sound waves, frost, or fire. They obstructed his advance. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly restricted. Eventually, the dark web spider caught up and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Bam bam bam. The intense battle lasted for a while. Lord Huangshi got rid of the dark web spider and left the range of the crystal web nest. But now, he was in a more pathetic state than before. Not only was he covered in dust, he was also slightly injured. This damned Feng Yuan, how many traps did he set? And every time these traps are activated, they are activated at the perfect time. There is a profound meaning behind them. Lord Huangshi suffered such a loss. He was filled with anger. He was not going to let Feng Yuan off. He flew as he healed his injuries. Not long after, he entered a strange river segment. What's going on? In this river segment, I actually sensed an intense aura of sword path and blade path. Lord Huangshi's shock flashed past his face. He slowed down and observed carefully. He saw that in the waves of time, there were endless sword chi and heavy blade lights. Wait, don't tell me this is... Lord Huangshi frowned. I am going against the current to go to the past, calculating the distance and time. It should be 100,000 years in the past, near Antiquity era. Near Antiquity era's sword path and blade path. I got it. It is Western Desert Xiyuan. This person cultivates sword path. He created sword abyss and killed 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. There is also a blade path demonic immortal. He is called Dao Jiulang. His demonic might is overwhelming. He rampaged through Western Desert. He broke the guest expulsion formation and shook the world. These two had a huge battle. Their battle caused heaven and earth to darken. Even ghosts and deities were frightened. Lord Huangshi used his methods to investigate. Like he had guessed, this river of time segment was affected by the intense battle between these 2 rank 8 great experts, causing this place to become a river segment of blades and swords. Going through this place was more dangerous than the sudden spring river segment, because it was very likely that Dao Jiulang or Xiyuan's immortal killer move would suddenly appear and attack him. When a sudden spring erupts, there would be a process. But this river segment had no such process. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and activated his immortal killer move, causing the dust cloud to thicken and trap the immemorial year monkey. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ning Bing and the rest used their abilities, using ice, fire, and sound waves, but they could not move the dust cloud at all. In the river of time, time path life forms were greatly boosted. Bai Ning Bing and the rest had lower cultivation level than Lord Huangshi to begin with. With the suppression of time path Dao marks, their battle strength was far from enough. At the crucial moment, Wuxia had a grim expression. He was about to use the killer move Lead Soul into Dream that had always been successful. But at this moment, Wuxia was stunned. Wuxia could not sense Lord Huangshi's existence. Lead Soul into Dream needs to sense the other party before it can be used. Otherwise, without a target, it cannot be used. This Lord Huangshi already has a method to block my soul path senses? Oh, the defensive killer move that Lady Ziwei gave me has been activated, hehe. Lord Huangshi sneered in his mind. When Wuxia wanted to use Lead Soul into Dream, he sensed it. Lead Soul into Dream was indeed very powerful, but it had flaws. It was not a perfect killer move. This time, since Fairy Myrtle sent Lord Huangshi alone to chase after Feng Yuan and the rest, she naturally had to guard against Lead Soul into Dream. After all, Celestial Court had suffered a lot because of this killer move. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, let alone Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle. Lord Huangshi came prepared, even Lead Soul into Dream could not be used. Oh no! Wuxia and the rest had a change of expression. They felt immense pressure. They could not turn the situation around, they could only rely on Feng Yuan now. But where was Feng Yuan? Lord Huangshi thought about this question. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's transformation, using this as a bluff, but after interacting with it, he found out that this was a genuine immemorial year monkey. Since the start of the battle, Feng Yuan had not appeared yet. With reverse flow protection seal and battle strength on par with Feng Joga, Feng Yuan was undoubtedly the person that Lord Huangshi had to be most wary of. The more Feng Yuan did not appear, the more cautious he became. Feng Yuan, are you still not coming out? If you don't, Lord Huangshi was stunned. At this moment, a huge wave appeared in the river of time, crashing towards him. Again! Lord Huangshi could not help but feel annoyed. This huge wave did not attack the huge immemorial year monkey. Instead, it attacked him again and again. His luck was too bad. Rumble! The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. His injuries worsened. He could not dodge in time. Chapter 1444. Rumble. The huge wave bypassed the immemorial year monkey and surrounded it from all directions, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart turned completely cold at this moment. He was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, an elite among rank 8s. He finally understood at this moment. So Feng Yuan and the rest can really control this river segment? He was extremely shocked. This meant that the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Blade River segment was a trap. And he had fallen into the trap himself. He had been kept in the dark during the battle earlier. He did not even know he had fallen into a trap. To Master Huangshi, this was simply an insult. But how can this be? Feng Yuan can actually control a segment of the River of Time. Even though he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he should not be able to do this. This is the result of Lady Ziwei's deduction. Lord Huangshi's shock subsided slightly, but suspicions emerged in his mind again. While the huge wave was crashing towards him, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. This is probably the power of Red Lotus true inheritance. Only someone like Red Lotus Demon Venerable has such methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing the monstrous waves approaching, Lord Huangshi's face revealed a determined expression. Forget it. I will show you the true power of Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky. Instantly, the aura of countless goo worms gushed out from his body. Rays of yellow light continuously shone on his body. His bald head was shining brightly. The earthen yellow rock above his head expanded, becoming like a small mountain, suppressing the River of Time. His aura became deep and unfathomable. Wherever he looked, the River of Time returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body, flying towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. They seemed slow but were actually extremely fast. Lord Huangshi was shocked and furious. He was in a desperate situation. He erupted with his full strength. So powerful. He used at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. Since Lord Huangshi was able to gain Fairy Myrtle's trust and was sent alone into the River of Time to ambush Feng Yuan, he naturally had his own strength. At this moment he exploded out with his full strength, blocking the time wave. Apart from protecting himself, he also ruthlessly attacked Bai Ningbing and the others. Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. They were trapped in the yellowish-brown dust and were unable to escape. Even the immemorial year monkey was struggling more intensely, its roars filled with panic. Although the power of the modeled time was unpredictable, everyone knew how terrifying it was. Even Feng Jioge didn't dare to touch it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the others. He is forcing me to show myself. Feng Yuan muttered as he looked at Spectral Soul's will. He used Bai Ningbing and the rest as bait. If they died now, it would be a huge loss to him. However, Feng Yuan had purposely arranged for Spectral Soul's split soul to be among them. He was afraid that Spectral Soul's will would have other thoughts. Spectral Soul's will laughed heartily. Don't worry, Feng Yuan. This stone lotus island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though Lord Huangshi can resist the River of Time's waves, this island contains the peerless killer moves of both sword and blade path. Look, this move is Dao Jiulang's strongest offensive killer move. It is called 99 Reincarnation Blade Edge. Once it is used, it will be endless and multiply endlessly. When one layer of blade light is destroyed, another layer will appear. There are a total of 9 layers of blade light. Each layer can slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade light slashes down, it will return and attack again. Precisely because he knew the most information, he understood the situation clearly. When Feng Yuan entered Red Lotus True Inheritance, he did not obstruct or create difficulties for him. In the process of killing Lord Huangshi, he cooperated fully with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan glanced at the immortals around him, replying to Spectral Soul's will. Don't worry, the celestial court is powerful, we are natural allies. I will help you if I can. Spectral Soul's will nodded. I trust you. Next he smiled. We are not allies, we are one body. You are the leader of the Shadow Sect now, inherited by Z, you are acknowledged by many split souls. Even if he faces the main body in the future, he will acknowledge it. Because we are him, and our decisions are his decisions. Alright, I will now impart the main body's soul path, true inheritance, and everything else to you. Feng Yuan nodded. Using wisdom path methods, a lump of self-will flew out. Self-will was like a giant ball, pouncing towards Spectral Soul's will. The latter did not dodge. Soon, the two wills converged. The interaction between wills was very fast. After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan's self-will returned. It was placed in Feng Yuan's mind. In an instant, a vast amount of information assaulted Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, accepting everything in an orderly manner. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. He was not someone ordinary Gu immortals could compare to. He was very calm right now. Among all the information, the most valuable was undoubtedly Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the most complete cultivation method created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan only skimmed through some of the contents before his mind shook. He inwardly praised Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who created this true inheritance. Undeniably, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances in the entire world, even in the long history of humanity, no, in the entire world. Since ancient times, there had only been 9 venerables in this world. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of them. This Spectral Soul true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained was very complete. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would be able to approach Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's former height. Speaking of which, among the 9 venerables, Feng Yuan was involved in many things. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the first one that Feng Yuan obtained. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. But even now, Feng Yuan had only inherited 1/7 of Red Lotus True Inheritance. And even though the contents were complete, Red Lotus True Meaning had already been absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun's true inheritance had 3 paths. Feng Yuan obtained the essence of Self-Luck, true inheritance from Langya sect, and some of the contents of All Living Beings Luck, true inheritance from 88 Point Xinyang Tower and Ma Hongyun. He did not gain as much as the rumors said. And in the current situation, you lack time the most, and resources are also extremely scarce. My main body had once defied heaven and hid in the celestial court, delaying the arrival of the Great Era for close to 500 years. But now that my main body has failed, everything has returned to its original trajectory. About 10 years later, the Great Era will completely open, the 5 regions will fuse into one, there will definitely be the largest chaotic battle in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent has the strongest foundation, they have the most Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Moreover, they have a unified leader, the Celestial Court. This is something that the other 4 regions do not have. Be it Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, they are all superforces that are in a state of disunity. Even though Northern Plains has longevity heaven, it is slightly better, but its influence on the region is much weaker than Central Continent's Celestial Court. And the most terrifying thing about the Celestial Court is that they have rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu's power is extremely terrifying. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was able to devise a scheme to resist the 3 demon venerables after her death and ensure that the Celestial Court was not destroyed, mostly because of this Gu's power. The 3 demon venerables are all in fate. This was decided when they were born, it cannot be changed. Only otherworldly demons are not restricted by Fate Immortal Gu. O Fang Yuan, you are now a complete otherworldly demon, you are the most promising candidate to destroy fate. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was looking forward to the most. 10 years, only 10 years. O Fang Yuan, you cannot let the Celestial Court restore Fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will be invincible, even if the 4 regions attack it together, it will not fall. By then, attacking the Celestial Court and saving the main body will be completely hopeless. There is not much time left for you, Fang Yuan. Then let's keep waiting. Damned otherworldly demon, you are a disaster to all living beings. I will definitely take your life this time. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The 2 Celestial Court Gu Immortals were indignant. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He looked at the flowing tributary of the river of time without saying a word. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 to 6 days passed. There was no movement in the tributary of the river of time. 10 days passed, half a month passed. The 3 immortals who had been waiting bitterly did not even see a trace of Fang Yuan. However, the 3 immortals did not waver. They were either current or future Celestial Court Gu Immortals. How could people like them lack patience? Especially Feng Jioge, he had fought with Fang Yuan several times. After seeing his terrifying growth, he had already viewed Fang Yuan as a huge threat to the world. This time, he was determined to get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible, otherwise, he would not be at ease. Where is Fang Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was perplexed. Not long after Lord Huangshi's death, she had lost all information about Fang Yuan and the others. The investigative killer move that Fang Yuan and the others had used the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation, as well as the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance and time to resolve it. Even though there was no evidence that Fang Yuan and the others had escaped the river of time, Fairy Myrtle's emotions showed that something was amiss. This attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were not purely rational. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on 3 aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions were the specialty of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle's uneasiness was not out of nowhere, it was a form of warning. In the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan has already escaped the river of time, but Feng Jioge and the others have already sealed off the exit. How did he manage to do that? Did he inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and have some outstanding stealth method? Or did he use other tributaries of the river of time? Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The two tributaries of the River of Time that Fang Yuan and the others had were all exposed. This information was very accurate, because it came from Spectral Soul's main body. After Spectral Soul's main body was suppressed by Duke Long, Celestial Court naturally would not let him go. They searched his soul. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of soul path. Even if there was only a fraction of his soul left after his death, how could ordinary methods easily search his soul? Celestial Court tried their best to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still resisting stubbornly. Celestial Court did not obtain much information. Tang Clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path's shadow sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, factions did not mean anything. Benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang Clan was weak. They faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang Clan's Gu Immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships, and endure patiently. Tang Clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan was at the forefront because they opened Dream Realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Yuan thus contacted Tang Clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang Clan in the future to research Dream Realms and greatly support Guts Gu. Such enormous benefits made Tang Clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Gu's support, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move, and Ing Wuxia's lead soul into Dream were all things that Tang Clan's Gu Immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang Clan to obtain the latter too. His exploration of Dream Realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own Dream Path Gu Worms and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang Clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, Dream Realms appeared everywhere in the world, Dream Path flourished, and Tang Clan took the initiative. Using the power of Dream Path, they rose up and became the strongest superforce in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. They had great prestige and influence. Even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang Clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu Immortal world the Golden Age of Tang Clan. And in Tang Clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fong Ming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyun has already been killed by me, but Tang Fong Ming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyun was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan not only obtained the true inheritance and Spectral Soul's rank 9 immortal essence, he also obtained some precious information from Spectral Souls while using Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven. Spectral Soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began. The Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyun was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world, someone who resisted Celestial Court. And Tang Clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang Clan could create the Tang Clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's Celestial Court. This was also the main reason why Fang Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang Clan. In Western Desert, Tang clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other two superforces, Tang clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Fang Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Jioge and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But, in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured. Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain, only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang Clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around, and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, Sixth Hair wished that Fang Yuan could die immediately. But now, Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. He was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fang Yuan could protect Wuxia's life, and had irreconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, Sixth Hair chose to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Sixth Hair greets Lord Sect Leader, please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects. Sixth Hair transmitted secretly. This was Langya blessed land. The land spirit of Langya could see everything like a palm print. It is just a formality, why would I care about this? Fang Yuan transmitted, I still need to thank you for your hard work, the immortal Gu you refined helped me greatly. The Celestial Court is my mortal enemy. One day, I will attack the Celestial Court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded, a bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way. This way please. Actually, he knew that Fang Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Fang Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life, even if this hope was very small. Moreover, Sixth Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Fang Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match, they would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move. Because of benefits, Fang Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation. In order to preserve as much of the Shadow Sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire Shadow Sect to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it. He even felt joy in his heart. Fang Yuan followed Sixth Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense. Soon, Fang Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect Leader, the refinement of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours. Sect Leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the Gu refinement. as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Feng Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Cleanse soul immortal goo was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. A female goo master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Feng Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Feng Yuan mobilized goo worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines goo. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Feng Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The goo immortal had to resist the coldness while refining goo. If myriad self did not advance, Feng Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Feng Yuan was refining goo, far away in Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark. There were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of goo immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to Immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House. While Feng Jioge was far away in Western Desert, Fairy Bai Qing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock, sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal, Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to Immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered. An unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up. She quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a goo immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. If it was between rank 7, it would definitely fail. Goo as Beforce concept was very good, but it was too difficult to implement. There were many goo immortals who had such inspiration. Among them were Refinement Path Great Grandmasters and Time Path Great Grandmasters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they did not succeed. Goo as before could not be used, but Feng Yuan had other methods. For example, some refinement path immortal goo formations. These immortal goo formations had the effect of reversing time for a short period of time. If there was any mistake, the goo immortal could activate the immortal formation and start again. In Shadow Sect's inheritance, There were more than 10 immortal goo formations of this type. But every one of them had the same weakness. Some used too much immortal essence, some had a limited number of reversing time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. The highest form of this immortal goo formation was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. One of the world's 3 pools, it was famous. It is a pity that be it Regret Pool or those immortal goo formations, I have the inheritance but lack suitable immortal goo. Fang Yuan sighed. He had the awkwardness of a clever housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Actually, in his current situation, there were many paths in front of him. Ordinary people would be overjoyed when they obtained an immortal opportunity and inherited a predecessor's inheritance. Their cultivation path would also become brighter and brighter. Fang Yuan's shadow sect inheritances were accumulated by spectral soul demon venerable when he was alive, and after his death, he plundered them for 100,000 years. It could be seen that Fang Yuan had obtained a vast number of inheritances. He naturally had countless choices in his cultivation. Among these choices, soul path, time path, earth path, space path, and other options were extremely tempting. Because they were all venerable inheritances, any one of them could cause chaos in the 5 regions. Goo immortals would fight over them. With these in hand, Fang Yuan's future would be extremely bright, it could be imagined. But the biggest help to Fang Yuan were not these new choices. Because even though these choices had great prospects and were very tempting, the time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical figures. The biggest help to Fang Yuan was Wisdom Goo. With the light of wisdom, it was an unparalleled help to his cultivation. Fang Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, he had a deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Goo's recognition again, he would need to use his original rank 6 immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan already had a way to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, he only lacked the core immortal goo cleanse soul. In the end, he still needed to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Goo immortals smiled happily, even Su Hao and Li Jun-ing were no exception. Play the immortal music. Spirit Affinity House's first supreme elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. Disciple pays respects to master. Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time, he could call Duke Long, master, and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were flushed with excitement, they could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Bai Qing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Jioga stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Jioga and Bai Qing, stay behind, the rest can leave. Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Jioga, Bai Qing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly. After glancing at Fairy Bai Qing, his gaze stopped on Feng Jioga. The mission to capture and kill Fang Yuan failed? Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. Feng Jioga, I am ashamed. Several months ago, Feng Jioga and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but how could they have waited for Fang Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss, and because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Jioga back to Central Continent. But the other 2 Celestial Court rank 8 Goo immortals remained in Western Desert, and started to set up an immortal Goo formation. Duke Long continued, Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world, he is definitely a great enemy of the celestial court, and also a target that you, Feng Jioge, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life, I am sure you know the meaning behind this. That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Jioge, are her Dao protectors. What? I am Huang Er's Dao protectors? Feng Jioge was surprised. This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect, it does not matter. The great era is coming, Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time, and there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my celestial court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. The flower's nature was cold and stable, but there was a warm vitality in it. It was very good to use it to replace the flowing fire rock core in the original Immortal Goo recipe. The main reason was that Feng Yuan used the ice refinement method. The snow lotus essence was naturally much closer to the ice refinement method than the flowing fire rock core. An Immortal Goo could have many different Immortal Goo recipes. To achieve the same goal, there was not only one path. And when an Immortal Goo recipe was placed in the hands of a Goo Immortal with deep refinement path attainment, he or she would first distinguish which Goo refinement method was closer to the Immortal Goo recipe and increase the chances of success. And in the following Goo refinement process, the Goo Immortal might discover that some steps in the Immortal Goo recipe were not suitable for them, or that the Immortal materials could be replaced with better ones. This would increase the success rate of the Goo refinement. What Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair needed to do now was to do this. But the main task of modifying the Immortal Goo recipe was still left to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was much higher than Feng Yuan's. Feng Yuan was more outstanding in his wisdom path attainment and wisdom path methods. The only pity was that whether it was Feng Yuan or Sixth Hair, their soul path attainment was very ordinary. In the following days, Feng Yuan modified the cleanse soul Immortal Goo recipe while cultivating Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley. He used these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul path again. His cultivation progress was extremely fast, even Feng Yuan felt it was inconceivable. As expected of the sacred land of soul path. Of course, the most important thing is these cultivation methods. These are the contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan sighed. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also cultivated in these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had created a complete and comprehensive cultivation method that complemented each other and progressed step by step. Feng Yuan was merely following the instructions. When he was in Western Desert, he had used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, causing his soul path cultivation progress to fall to its initial state. But in just a few days, he had almost recovered. His efficiency was simply shocking. This is only because I lack the crucial Immortal Goo. I cannot use many immortal killer moves, I can only use those mortal methods. Thankfully, my sovereign immortal body does not have Dao marks to restrict me. Mortal methods are also more effective. Feng Yuan cultivated soul path, accumulating his soul foundation once again. His main goal was to refine cleanse soul Immortal Goo. Once Burning Soul Bursting Luck was used, his luck would rise sharply. It had a miraculous effect on refining Immortal Goo. Bai Ningbing was the first to be eliminated. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lulan and Ying Wuxia. They were also eliminated. Ying Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, while He Lulan was bound by the alliance agreement and could not betray him. Comparing the two, Ying Wuxia was naturally better. After all, he had extraordinary soul path attainment. Moreover, in the future, after Fang Yuan took lead soul into Dream, cleansed soul immortal goo would be able to replenish some of his strength. Fang Yuan, however, still shook his head. Cleansed soul immortal goo was refined by him using all sorts of methods. How could he give it away so easily? He would at most lend it to others. Moreover, cleansed soul immortal goo was very useful. It could be used in soul path cultivation. It could make up for some of the shortcomings of Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep it in his hands. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of something. Even though I am the leader of Shadow Sect, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not under my control. We can only be considered allies who make use of each other. Lady White Rabbit has a good impression of me, and because of the true inheritance, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin also cultivates the true inheritance. She is being chased by Southern Border's righteous path. She can only follow me. Hei Lulan is bound by the alliance agreement and cannot betray us, but she has huge ambitions and will not be satisfied with the current situation. She just cannot resist for now. As for Wuxia and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls. They are constantly thinking about saving their main body. But this hope is too slim. They are too weak. They can only rely on me. If Fang Yuan listened to Sixth Hair and gave cleansed soul immortal goo to Wuxia, what if they had a chance to save spectral soul's main body in the future, but it did not go according to Fang Yuan's plan? Wuxia and Sixth Hair's choice would not be biased towards Fang Yuan. By then, wouldn't Fang Yuan's action of giving Wuxia cleansed soul immortal goo be a foolish act of giving aid to the enemy? Thus, Fang Yuan told Sixth Hair another plan. Even though it is only a rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo, there is a unique method in Shadow Sect's inheritance that can succeed. But it requires the sacrifice of a rank 7 goo immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before becoming nervous. Sect leader is thinking? You are wanted by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven and the Huang Jin tribes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Fang Yuan smiled as he patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, walking away slowly. Early morning sunlight shone through the window and into the house. Murong Qingxi was in a good mood. She was humming a song as she sat in front of the table, playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, their bright red petals bathed in the sunlight, appearing delicate and joyous. Affection immortal goo and self-love immortal goo combined into an immortal killer move. It made Fang Yuan feel like he had immortal level self-will goo. He did not lack any will. This way, the light of wisdom was able to display its miraculous effect. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained a satisfactory answer. Immortal killer move, Ghost Official Garment. This was an entire set of immortal killer moves. It came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Providence and other goo immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was divided into 4 layers, corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. Fang Yuan modified this immortal killer move on the original foundation. Even if he lacked the core immortal goo, he could use other immortal goo to replace it. Chapter 1458. The modified immortal killer move Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 change soul immortal goo and rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. His soul flew out of the sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very solid. Because of burning soul-bursting luck, his soul foundation had been expended many times. It was only 100-man soul now. The difference was that on the surface of his soul, there was a large garment. His sleeves were long, and the hem of his robe reached his feet. This was the effect of ghost official garment. It was commonly called ghost official garment, but if it was broken down, rank 6 ghost official garment was called ghost errand garment, rank 7 was ghost general garment, rank 8 was ghost king garment, and rank 9 was ghost venerable garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against the deductions of rank 9 Gu venerables. Of course, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not push this killer move to rank 9 level back then. Because he did not need to. He was a great demon venerable when he was alive. He slaughtered the world. He did not need to defend against deductions. Thus, the highest ghost official garment he could reach in his life was rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Why is it only rank 6 ghost errand garment? After he modified it, the core of the killer move was rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. That was to say, it was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it not ghost general garment, but ghost errand garment that was slightly inferior? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify this move. How could there be a mistake? I understand. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized. The answer was on his body. Underneath the ghost official garment, there was another layer of clothing. If ghost errand garment was said to be made of sackcloth and was crude, then this inner layer of clothing was like silk. It was very tight and gave off an exquisite feeling. This was Dao Mark silk clothing. It was created from the rank 9 immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. In terms of level, ghost errand garment could not compare. Originally, ghost official garment was directly attached to my soul. But now, I am separated by a layer, so I fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Fang Yuan did not expect this drawback. For a long time, he had enjoyed the advantages and convenience of the non-conflicting Dao marks of the supreme immortal body. He didn't expect to stumble in this small corner today. My supreme immortal body will not have conflicting Dao marks. But there are still conflicts between the killer moves of different paths. Even though Ghostly Concealment has the name Ghost, it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move. The two are mutually exclusive. To solve this problem, the most fundamental solution is to combine these two moves into one. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. It was too difficult. Fang Yuan did not understand Ghostly Concealment at all. Moreover, Fang Yuan was lacking in theft and soul path attainment levels. Even if he could deduce with the light of wisdom, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, even if he did not sleep or rest for hundreds or thousands of years, Fang Yuan might not be able to deduce the final result. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and rank 9 was still far away from Fang Yuan. Even though he could fight rank 8 now, he was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then let's do this. Fang Yuan injected the soul back into the body. He did not intend to change his method. Because it is not only the most common currency used by Gu Immortals, it can also be converted into immortal essence for you to use. It is the most valuable asset. So that's it. Then I will choose Immortal Yuan Stone. Zhao Lianyun did not hesitate, immediately exchanging for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The two left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew back to their residence. Before leaving, Li Juning took out a batch of Immortal Yuan Stone and gave it to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, this is the Immortal Yuan Stone that your brother-in-law Su Hao and I are lending you, a total of 3,000 pieces. Feel free to use it, it has an unlimited period of time. Zhao Lianyun gasped, showing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 immortal yuan stone. Sister, you are lending me 3,000, how can I accept this? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You are a member of the sect, you have someone to rely on. Do you know that those itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals all live off of immortal essence stones? In terms of immortal essence reserves, rank 6 Gu immortals who have just ascended are almost completely broke. Rank 6 Gu immortals with 100 immortal yuan stone reserves are already middle tier. There are almost no rank 6 Gu immortals with 1,000 immortal yuan stone reserves, they are very rare. Your situation is different, because you are not only a Gu immortal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Receiving the sect's heavy support, you are a special case. Under normal circumstances in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most rank 6 Gu immortals do not have more than 100 immortal yuan stones, some have several hundred, and very few have high immortal yuan stones. And among rank 7 Gu immortals, they have at least several hundred immortal yuan stones, most have more than 1,000, and very few have more than 10,000. This is common knowledge, it is enough for you to know. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun bowed solemnly, his face full of gratitude. Li Junying's words were telling him that the sect had not mistreated him. At the same time, he and his wife were also strongly supporting him. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any questions, you can write to me or ask your brother-in-law, Su Hao. Joy flashed in Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone to guide him and not having anyone to guide him were 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's departing figure, the smile on Li Junying's face gradually faded. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became a disciple of Duke Long, her days had not been good. She and her husband, Su Hao, were famous for being in the anti-Feng faction. But now, almost all the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House were clear that Feng Kim Hong was an immortal venerable seed. His future prospects were limitless. This time, Fairy Lu Feng's attitude clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this. She specially accompanied Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent anyone from embezzling Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It could be predicted that this would be a political winter for this couple. And under this cold wind, they could only unite all the people that could be united, like Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together to warm themselves. Northern Plains Chu Clan. The famous Strength Path Gu Immortal expert Chu Du put down the Information Path Gu worm in his hand. Oh Feng Yuan, it is really not easy to get along with you. Chu Du smiled bitterly. This Information Path Gu worm was sent by Feng Yuan. He wanted to borrow Immortal Yuan's stone from him. Feng Yuan had once used Lu Guanyi's alias and cooperated with Chu Du for a period of time. Their relationship was not shallow. Not long ago, Celestial Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yun Liang and destroyed Longevity Heaven's political scheme. They also announced the secret that Feng Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, framing Feng Yuan. Thus, Chu Du already knew that Lu Guanyi was Feng Yuan. However, Domination Immortal Chu Du was not very surprised. In fact, he had once suspected this. He even sang a poem to probe Feng Yuan. Be it Lu Guanyi or Feng Yuan, Chu Du wanted to cooperate with them. But now, Chu Du's status was completely different. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu clan. He had many Gu immortals under him. He was already a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to cooperate with Feng Yuan, once it was exposed, all his efforts in building up his forces would be for naught. There was a huge risk in cooperating with Feng Yuan. Originally, Chu Du wanted to ignore it and maintain a vague attitude, but Feng Yuan did not give him the chance. He directly sent a letter to borrow Immortal Yuan stone. And in the letter, Feng Yuan only said to borrow Immortal Yuan stone. He purposely did not say the exact amount. He wanted Chu Du to decide. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xie Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xen not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble, or does he really know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xen had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became, Fang Yuan, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of Gu Immortals started to buy Year Gu, or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further? The buyers shook their heads. It could not go much lower. The buyers were smart. The sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again? And by such a huge amount. Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot or if he's plotting something. I know that his Year Gu is real. He is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some Gu Immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of Gu Immortals' divine senses or wills surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Bye. The Gu Immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xie Baoshu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past he could earn 100 per Year Gu, if he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xie Baoshu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture Year Gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But Xie Baoshu frowned. He fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xie Baoshu. If she followed Fang Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fang Yuan's goods would be huge. The market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fang Yuan. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He relied on the Year Gu business to support his cultivation and maintain his network. Now that it was gone, it was a fatal blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned to the righteous path and joined a super force. She did not have any profits. It was not her fault. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind her. Rong Xian had the least pressure. Because he was a member of a super force, Central Continent Super Force, he had immense strength. And most importantly, he obtained Year Gu through Gu refinement. If he did not need Year Gu, he just needed to stop refining Gu. It was easy for a small boat to turn around. You want to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan soon received the information from the three sellers. He snickered coldly. Why cooperate? He could keep this for himself. Why would he share it with others? Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. 12 million Immortal Yuan stones. This was Fang Yuan's gains from this battle. Even though the price was low, the sales volume was too high. It was a small profit but quick turnover. When I get rid of these three sellers, I will be able to raise the price slightly. But in the next few years, they will probably last for a while. Fang Yuan estimated. On one hand, the three sellers were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation to prevent him from exaggerating his strength. Thirdly, even though the Jewel Yellow Skies market was monopolized by Fang Yuan, not everyone was buying from Jewel Yellow Skies. For example, Wang Mingyu had a super force behind her. Most of her Yirgu would be consumed by herself. Other than that, there would be other forces that had strong connections. They would still purchase Yirgu in large quantities, even if the price was higher. Of course, in this situation, as long as Fang Yuan continued to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and use this low price to push out his competitors, in 5 to 6 years, the three sellers would have a tough time. After all, the price was right there. Even those with strong connections would come to Fang Yuan's side. In the entire Gu Immortal market, Jewel Yellow Skies occupied the majority. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and influence other markets. Eventually, he would become the leader of the Yirgu business in the entire Gu Immortal market. As for others, even though they could do some Yirgu business, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. After repaying my debts, I still have more than 10 million Immortal Yuan stones left. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I cannot rely on Yirgu to make money. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about how to use this Immortal Yuan stone to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair came to find him. He brought Fang Yuan a huge piece of good news. Chapter 1467. Genius 1 second. Remember love, go away? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. A small food path Immortal Gu was placed on Fang Yuan's palm. It was green in color, it was the size of an adult's finger, but its body had 6 segments. It looked like a caterpillar. But on its forehead, there was a thin silver horn. At this moment, it was lying on Fang Yuan's palm, moving according to Fang Yuan's will. It had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Once a refinement path Gu Immortal refines an Immortal Gu, in most situations, this Immortal Gu would have already been refined by the refinement path Gu Immortal. That was to say, Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path Immortal Gu. However, under Sixth Hair's guidance, it was much easier for Fang Yuan to refine this food path Immortal Gu compared to refining wild Immortal Gu. Rank 6 food path Immortal Gu, snack. This was one of the requirements that Fang Yuan asked Lang Yesect to refine for him. After inheriting Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he asked Lang Yesect to refine 3 Immortal Gu for him. Right now, they were all completed. They were Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love, Rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul, and Rank 6 Immortal Gu Snack. These 3 Immortal Gu were things that Fang Yuan needed urgently. Self-Love Immortal Gu was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was indispensable. Fang Yuan was able to escape the Celestial Court's investigation because of it. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was rank 6, its difficulty and time to refine was the highest among the 3 Immortal Gu. But after it was refined, it helped Fang Yuan resolve the Soul Path trap on the Strength Path 8-arm Immortal Zombie Body, allowing Fang Yuan to use the Light of Wisdom again. It had also contributed greatly to the battle. As for Snack Immortal Gu, it was a Food Path Immortal Gu. To solve the problem of feeding his Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a huge need for it. The Immortal Gu recipe of Snack Immortal Gu came from Shadow Sect's inheritance. The origin was related to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When he was alive, he risked his life to obtain a Food Path true inheritance from a Beastman Gu Immortal. And that Beastman Gu Immortal was the legendary person who created Food Path. The ancestors planted trees, the descendants benefited from the shade. The Food Path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic version in the world. Trying to inject Red Date Immortal essence, Snack Immortal Gu's caterpillar-like body shook, then like it was drunk, the lower half of its body lay on Fang Yuan's palm while the upper half of its body stood up, shaking its head continuously. In the process of shaking, its originally tender green body continuously turned red, and finally became the red of magma. At the same time, its body, which was originally as slender as a human's index finger, gradually became thicker and harder. In the end, it spat out a large amount of viscous, orange-yellow liquid from its mouth. Then, it quickly withered and its body shrank, becoming even smaller than its original size. At the same time, the color of his body changed from magma red to pale white, giving off a feeling of weakness. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly, snack immortal goo had a limit to its usage. After using it once, it needed to recover before it could be used again. If it was used continuously, it would not be able to hold on. After spitting out large amounts of orange-yellow liquid, it would die rapidly. Love go, small say, neck only after it recovered, when its body returned to its tender green color, would it be able to use it again. Fang Yuan kept snack immortal goo into his immortal aperture, then looked at the orange-yellow liquid that it spat out. This liquid was very special, it floated in the air on its own, it did not fall down, it had already shrunk into a small ball. But in history, he is famous for his battle strength, but his immortal aperture management skills are not good. Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone, "Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kuei Wuzi's battle strength is too dazzling, it overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and a Wood Path Gu Immortal, he will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this." Tong Hua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my wood path attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me, maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, "What is the price of this Kuei Wuzi true inheritance?" Ren Xiaoping thought, the fish has taken the bait, but he said, "Not high, not high." Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought Kuei Wuzi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tong Hua has already been deceived by Kuei Wuzi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined. Especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua is not a Wood Path Gu Immortal, she cultivates light path without years of research. How can she succeed? Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Fang Yuan could only see the pure white light shine fungus in front of him. These light shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak. They were shining brightly. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, now the light shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. The Snowman tribe did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan was more confident than Bing Zhuo. She said, "Don't worry. My granddaughter is beautiful and immortal. She is the best candidate for marriage alliance. In this aspect, how can the Rockmen have an advantage over us snowmen? This is making use of our strengths and avoiding our weaknesses. Our tribe might be trying to curry favor with Fang Yuan through marriage, but Fang Yuan has our tribe's help. It is also beneficial to him. Let's not talk about other things, but we still have some snow lotus essence left. Moreover, even if this plan fails, it is not a big deal. It will not ruin our relationship with Fang Yuan. Let's give it a try." This "give it a try" finally moved Bing Zhuo. The latter nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh swoosh. The waves of the river of time surged, resounding in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned the surroundings. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no mistakes, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods of He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the flow of time in his sovereign immortal aperture to its original speed. The resources in the sovereign immortal aperture were very superior, far surpassing super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path resources, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was extremely spacious. It was 250 million km2. In terms of time path, after restoring it, the flow rate was 1:60 compared to the outside world. A super-grade blessed land of the 10 extreme physiques was only 1:40. As for a high-grade blessed land, it was 1:30. It was half the size of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's immortal aperture origin core was also very abundant. 96 beads of immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture every year. In terms of outside time, that was 16 beads of immortal essence per day. Right now, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads. 16 red date immortal essence beads, if converted to immortal ascension yuan stone, would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal ascension yuan stone. That was to say, even if Fang Yuan did not do anything every day, just the red date immortal essence produced in his immortal aperture would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal yuan stone. This was a little terrifying. But the truth was, it was far from that. When Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks increased, the immortal aperture's time flow would also increase. When the immortal aperture origin core became more abundant, the immortal essence produced would also increase. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. According to the most basic standard, 16 beads of immortal essence per day, rank 8 yellow lychee immortal essence would be converted to immortal ascension yuan stone. That would be 160,000 immortal ascension yuan stone. Fang Yuan had earned over 10 million immortal ascension yuan stone by selling Yirgu in jewel yellow skies. When he reached rank 8 cultivation level, he would not need to do anything. Just 100 days in the outside world would be worth 16 million immortal ascension yuan stone. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the wealth. This kind of gap was not a simple linear one. It was a geometrical rise. Of course, this was Fang Yuan's situation. The sovereign immortal aperture was a special case. It was unique in the world. Shadow Sect used 100,000 years of accumulation. Almost all of it was used to refine this goo. It was not hard to understand why it had such a terrifying advantage. Chapter 1470. Celestial Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the curled-up spectral soul's main body as she frowned. "Oh, spectral soul, even now, you still do not recognize reality?" Spectral soul did not reply. He was silent like a rock. Fairy Myrtle snickered as she activated this rank 8 immortal goo house. Immediately, the chains shined with purple lightning. Spectral soul's main body, who was bound by the chains, started to tremble. His memories were forcefully extracted. They turned into dazzling images that appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. That was a scene from the past. Spectral's soul had not become a demon venerable yet, he only had rank 7 Gu Immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral's soul fell into Luopa Valley, directly crashing onto the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper, his situation was bad, he was on the verge of death. A figure slowly descended from the sky. "You Hun, you can't escape. You will definitely die today." The person emitted rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression and was much stronger than Spectral's soul. Spectral's soul sat up with difficulty, looking at the sky. "I don't understand. This is the first time we have met, we have no grudges, why are you willing to pay such a huge price to kill me?" The person shouted, "Because you will bring bloodshed to the world, you will slaughter all living beings and harm all living beings." Spectral's soul snickered, "You have killed many more people than me, don't you think your words are laughable?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head, "It is not the same. Your problem is much more serious than mine." Spectral's soul was silent for a while before saying, "Is it because I want to create soul path?" The rank 8 Gu Immortal showed a surprised expression, but he quickly recovered, saying solemnly, "That's right, soul path should not have been created. In the current world, Fate Gu is destroyed. If soul path is created, the world will change, the dead will not be able to rest in peace, ghosts and monsters will roam the world." Spectral's soul laughed heartily, "Very good, then I will definitely create my own soul path. In the future, countless people will choose to cultivate soul path. Let this world change." He laughed and stood up abruptly. His condition had mostly recovered. "With me here, you will only be delusional." The newcomer sneered and swooped down. Spectral's soul raised his hands as a formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted immediately, dismantling the Gu formation like a hot knife through butter. "You think I can't detect this Gu formation's ambush? I purposely talked to you, I have already unraveled this Gu formation." The rank 8 Gu Immortal charged forward, about to reach Spectral's soul. But Spectral's soul was very confident. He stood on the ground without moving, looking at the rank 8 Gu Immortal charging towards him. He snickered, "The Gu formation you dismantled is only the surface. Don't you think this valley is very special?" The moment he said that, the Gu formation burst out with its true power. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was like a tiger trapped in a pond. His charge came to an abrupt halt. Luopa Valley. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was shocked. "That's right, this secluded domain of heaven and earth is a sacred land for cultivating soul path. Hee, it is also your burial ground." Spectral's soul proclaimed like a victor. The rank 8 Gu Immortal screamed. Spectral's soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was a rank 9 immortal formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal resisted for a while, but he could not hold on any longer and died regretfully. According to the records in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used rank 7 cultivation level to kill an invading rank 8 Celestial Court Gu Immortal. Back then, he had also used the Luopa formation, but he had added other Gu formations with extremely high offensive power. The Luopa formation that Fang Yuan was using now focused on soul path cultivation. It used rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul as the core, a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu as the foundation, and other Gu worms to create it. But after this session of cultivation, my soul foundation has reached the level of 1,000,000 man soul. In Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, the soul foundation was divided into many levels. From low to high, they were 1 man soul, 10 man soul, 100 man soul, 1,000,000 man soul, 10,000,000 man soul, 100,000,000 man soul. 10 man soul meant that the soul foundation was equivalent to the total of 10 adults. Ordinary Gu masters could reach 1,000 man soul after 20 years of soul path cultivation. But by using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan could achieve it instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had almost reached 3,000,000 man soul. But after the tempering of Luopa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at 1 million man-soul level. First, he used Guts Gu to strengthen his soul, then he cultivated in Luo Pa Valley, tempering his soul like steel, removing the impurities. Next, he went to sleep and calmed his soul, getting rid of all impatience. These 3 steps repeated over and over again, causing Fang Yuan's soul foundation to soar like a rocket. How long had it been? But he had already reached million man-soul level. The speed of his improvement was truly terrifying. When he reached 100 million man-soul level, his soul would turn solid, turning from an ethereal body into a solid body. Thinking of the battle of heaven-stirring mountain, when Spectral Soul's main body was majestic, Fang Yuan was extremely moved. There was another benefit of strengthening his soul foundation, that was Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This move could hide from the deductions of Providence and other Gu immortals. The stronger the soul foundation, the stronger it would be. At this moment, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that Ghost Official Garment on his soul had become thicker, giving him an indescribable sense of security. If my soul foundation continues to grow, I will be able to control even more year beasts. I might even be able to control a second immemorial year beast. However, while I can focus on the soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth it. The reason was none other than Spectral Soul's main body had already been captured by the Celestial Court. He could not escape from soul searching. That was to say, in time, the Celestial Court would also obtain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At that time, it would be easy to break the killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After this cultivation session ended, Fang Yuan left Luo Pa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land by Fang Yuan. Firstly, it was for convenience, and secondly, these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth expended a lot of heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture already had reverse flow river. Adding these 2 would be too much of a burden. The moment he walked out of Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Chapter 1472. On Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu were everywhere. Fang Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while, it directly rose from the original 1 million man-soul level to 5 million man-soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Dang Hun Mountain and went to Luo Pa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man-soul. At million man-soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man-soul. Adding on the time needed to rest the soul and the time needed to produce Guts Gu, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man-soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Gu. By then, Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man-soul. After that, there would be 100 million man-soul. Above 100 million man-soul, there was an even higher level. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of Guts Gu, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of Guts Gu. Dang Hun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce Guts Gu. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these Guts Gu belonged to Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using this portion of Guts Gu to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But thankfully, the Year Gu business had made a huge profit. Fang Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fang Yuan calculated it was not wise to negotiate with the land spirit of Langia and change the share of Guts Gu on both sides. Because Fang Yuan still needed to rely on Langya sect, not only could he hide in Langya blessed land, he also needed to rely on Langya sect's Gu refinement ability to help him refine Gu. In the first batch of Gu refinement plans, those 3 immortal Gu were a huge help to Fang Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of Gu refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal Gu. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Langya sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, it would mean that Fang Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But setting up missions for Langya sect to refine Immortal Gu has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used Information Path Mortal Gu to check on Langya sect's missions. Undeniably, the current land spirit of Langya was far more suitable to manage Langya sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Langya sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Langya sect had many missions. Most of them were Gu refinement missions set up by Fang Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Tai Chiu. Fang Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shui Er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity. But some Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Fang Yuan was too high. It was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Langya sect's exploration of Tai Chiu became much faster. This made the land spirit of Langya extremely happy. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Fang Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya teleported and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Langya asked Fang Yuan for help. Fang Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards, he was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langya sect, he could not ignore this, otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Fang Yuan rushed over, he ordered Wuxia and the rest to save them first and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense. It did not last for long, but Wuxia and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up. We will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Taichou. It is far from the teleportation immortal formation. It will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up. It broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Wuxia thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shui Air, "Retreat, we will provide support from afar." Shui Air only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was already shaken, she could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to He Lulan and the rest. She did not try to be brave, she pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. Is it good for us to retreat like this? Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shui Air rolled her eyes. Let's listen to Fairy Wuxia. With our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them. The Immortals held on for a while longer. More and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared. He Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad-head coiling dragons were very special. Once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves, they could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, He Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again. They could not resist them. Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ningbing is not out yet, she might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape. He Lulan and the rest were right, Bai Ningbing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy man-gu immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping, it had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. Damn it, what should we do? While the immortals were hesitating, Wuxia ordered, "Retreat." They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8 gu immortals? Chapter 1477. Genius in 1 second, remember to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. We are saved. Elder Fang Yuan is invincible. The 2 hairy man-gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan defeated the myriad-head coiling dragon as they cheered, expressing the joy of surviving. The Shadow Sect immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Wuxia had a look of reminiscence. Seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he could not help but think about the sacrificed Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan was silent. The stronger Fang Yuan was, the smaller her hopes of escaping. Shui Air blinked, her mind was shaken as she looked at the messy battlefield. At once, she understood why the tribe did everything they could to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength? A gu immortal with rank 8 battle strength is not someone ordinary immemorial desolate beasts can deal with. Because humans are spirits of heaven and earth, they have intelligence and can use countless immortal killer moves. Getting married to this man, even if it is just this relationship, our tribe will not be bullied by the Rockman. If we can get some help from him, our tribe will definitely rise and prosper. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stared at the dragon corpses on the ground, as well as the collapsed dragon head, evaluating his gains and losses. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but even among them, there were differences in strength. This myriad-head coiling dragon was one of the weaker immemorial desolate beasts. It was not in a good state, it had just woken up from its slumber and was countered by Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path killer move. If Fang Yuan used other methods and charged forward, it might take some effort. But if he used Ignited Thought and Flying Rocks, it would be very effective. How should I deal with this myriad-head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, this beast has fallen to ancient level. But its foundation is still there. In time, another ancient dragon head will grow to immemorial level. This kind of formation path immemorial desolate beast was rare. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in the process of construction. Fang Yuan's first thought was to put this myriad-head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. Unfortunately, once the myriad coiling dragon landed on the ground, it could not be moved. Not only did it go deep underground, but it was also connected to the veins of the earth, absorbing nutrients from the veins of the earth to grow. Love go smalt net. Chu therefore, digging up the surrounding land was equivalent to cutting off the connection between the 10,000-head coiling dragon and the earth veins. This would directly kill it. Ordinary Gu immortals might be helpless, but Fang Yuan had a way. Be it the legacy of the Shadow Sect or the Langya Sect, they had recorded several methods to move the myriad-headed coiling dragon away. However, Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on this tempting idea. The reason was simple, these methods required immortal Gu that Fang Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom to deduce and modify the related methods, he would expend a huge amount of resources and effort. It was not worth it just for this immemorial desolate beast. But if he killed it and took its body parts to sell as immortal materials, it would be a waste. After all, this was a living immemorial desolate beast. It was much more valuable than a dead one. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He immediately thought of the best way to deal with it, Langya Sect. He was just about to contact the land spirit of Langya when the land spirit of Langya contacted him through information path Mortal Gu. In terms of sword path, even though he had several sword path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough, they were secondary. In terms of soul path, not only was his attainment level lacking, he also lacked immortal Gu. He only had rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. Thus, his position was high again. Fang Yuan had already planned everything out. While modifying Bo Qing's sword path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that I need to complete the basic construction. My finances are in danger. Fang Yuan had some misgivings, but to think that 3 days later, the snowman would send the third gift. The third betrothal gift was also the heaviest among all the betrothal gifts. Zheng Qing's breathing became rough. He had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and was very knowledgeable. He recognized such a treasure. This is actually the Earth Path Essence Crystal of Land. This is a rank 8 immortal material. Wait a moment. Zheng Qing's investigative killer move spread further and further. His eyes opened wider and wider as he cried out in shock. Am I seeing things? Not just the Earth Path Essence Crystal. There are also jade body scales, earth cave traveling flames, spring lightning condensed dew beads. These immortal materials were very valuable, and the quantity was also very impressive. Zheng Qing had already forgotten about the failure of the Gu refinement. He quickly pounced down and started to collect these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was cultivating a sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple sword wave. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Brilliant silver waves surged and surged endlessly. 3 layers of waves had a grand aura, splashing out in all directions. They were all extremely sharp. Immortal killer move, formless flying sword. Flying sword Immortal Gu flew out and vanished. Its speed was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could sense flying sword Immortal Gu's location accurately, but others could not. This was one of Bo Qing's signature killer moves. Immortal killer move, cloud flying sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands, clouds and mist surged out and spread rapidly. The sword aura was boundless, it was formless and formless, it could not be defended against. Immortal killer move, myriadly flying sword. Fang Yuan pointed his finger. The sword light was like a white rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. It flew thousands of li in the blink of an eye. It was extremely accurate. The final highlight, immortal killer move, five-finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands together in front of his chest, his right hand's fingers curled up. It was like he was holding an endless amount of sword light in his hand. Next, he raised his right fist, hovering above his head. First, he loosened his thumb. Whoosh! With a soft sound, an extremely sharp sword light shot out, piercing through cloud-cover continent. Next, his index finger and middle finger stretched out, two more sword lights shot out. They were extremely powerful. But his ring finger and pinky finger could not be extended. After shooting out three sword lights, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. After a round of practice, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, comprehending and summarizing. Over these last days, I have already organized my sword path killer moves. I have come up with 5 main moves, other than sword wave triple layered that comes from Langya sect. The other 4 are Bo Qing's methods, but I have modified them. Sword path situation is a level lower than wisdom path. Chapter 1479. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The Gu Refinement Hall was filled with white light. The light was boundless. People could not look at it directly. There was a dense aura between mortal Gu and immortal Gu. The Gu refinement had clearly reached the most crucial stage. Fang Yuan was bathed in the white light. His mind was completely focused. Beside him was the refinement path Gu Immortal Sixth Hair. He had a solemn and nervous expression. Now is the time. Suddenly, Sixth Hair spoke. He actually removed the entire refinement path Gu formation. It turned out that the most suitable method to refine heavenly secret immortal Gu was light path refinement. Other than that, other paths refinement methods could only yield half the result with twice the effort. Some even had the opposite effect. And at the final step, the refinement path Gu formation had to be removed, using the Gu Immortal's ingenuity to complete the final step. This was the most special aspect of heavenly secret immortal Gu. Other immortal Gu did not have this requirement. Only heavenly secret immortal Gu could not be restricted or restricted. It could only be refined in a situation where it could move freely. Undeniably, this was a huge test for the Gu refinement Gu Immortal. Because the Gu Immortal needed to take over the role of the immortal formation at this moment, guiding the entire Gu refinement process to the final step. But the Gu Immortal's guidance could not exceed the limits. Once it exceeded the limits, there would be restrictions and heavenly secret immortal Gu would not be able to condense. This required a profound balance. The intricacies could not be expressed in words. Only the Gu refinement Gu Immortal could personally experience it. The final step of the Gu refinement. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He used wisdom path methods to perfectly take over the role of the immortal formation. The surrounding white light was dazzling, but under Fang Yuan's guidance, it started to condense and shrink. Gradually, this light condensed into a ring around Fang Yuan's body. The huge ring had Fang Yuan at the center. Initially, it was just light condensing, but after a few breaths of time, it felt like it was solid. More than 10 breaths of time later, the Gu Refinement Hall's light returned to normal. The ring was solid. It was the size of a house and looked like it was made of platinum. The ring quietly floated in the air. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the ring. Sixth Hair held his breath, feeling slightly excited. Refinement path killer move, heavenly light rotation, it has finally formed. But it needs at least 7 rounds to truly refine rank 7 heavenly secret immortal goo. The first turn. Fang Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the ring slowly activated. Only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did it complete a full circle. The first rotation is a success. Sixth hair let out a breath of turbid air. The second turn. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes that had been shut all along. A strange light shot out from his eyes and shone on the ring. The originally motionless ring seemed to be motivated by this gaze and began to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was clearly faster than before. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, the circle was completed. I've also succeeded in my second transformation. Sixth hair clenched his fists. The third turn. Fang Yuan's breathing became heavy, and he kept breathing. This breathing was not ordinary breathing, he was using a refinement path killer move. His aura interacted with the ring, and the ring started to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was even faster, and after a while, the circle was completed. The third turn is also completed. Sixth hair's heart was pounding. The fourth turn. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and started to chant. Under the influence of his voice, the ring started to spin even faster. Soon, the fourth turn was also completed. A total of 7 turns, I have already completed more than half. But it will get harder from now on, because the ring is spinning faster and faster, it is not easy to control. Sixth hair's forehead was already covered in sweat. The fourth turn was over, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to continue. He rested for a while before activating his refinement path killer move, making the ring spin on its own. The fifth turn. Fang Yuan's arms were originally hanging down, but now, he started to raise them. Like 2 mountains were hanging on his arms, Fang Yuan raised his arms in an extremely slow and heavy manner. The ring started to spin on its own, but different from the previous times, while it was spinning, it was also slowly rising. It was getting higher and higher. When it rose from Fang Yuan's waist to Fang Yuan's shoulder, it suddenly stopped. Oh no! Sixth hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring self-detonated. Boom! With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire goo refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, suffered the full power of the explosion. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before. Even though it was effective, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen at a glance. Heavenly secret immortal goo's refinement failed. This was not the first failure. The previous few times, Sixth hair had failed along the way. This time, even after Fang Yuan personally made a move, he still failed. At once, Fang Yuan and Sixth hair's expressions turned ugly. This time, Fang Yuan had practiced extensively. He even used many luck path methods before the goo refinement, but he did not succeed. Goo refinement was like this, it was not easy to succeed. If one invested a lot, they might not have any gains, they might end up with nothing in the end. The crucial point was that Fang Yuan's calamity and tribulation were about to descend. This refinement of heavenly secret did not succeed. It meant that Fang Yuan did not have time to refine it again. What a pity! Sixth hair sighed. No worries, even without heavenly secret, I have confidence in passing it. Fang Yuan waved his hand. In just a short while, his emotions returned to normal. Several days later, Fang Yuan left through the teleportation Immortal formation, arriving at an uninhabited desolate land to undergo tribulation. He placed his Immortal aperture and opened its entrance.